chat. I think I found a happy medium for the poll that I put up the other day. The question was, do I just keep Apollo's outfit on for every stream, or do I go back to my suit rotation? And then I thought, why not combine the two? So this is the old Godot's take on Apollo's fit. Diego Justice, Paulo Armando, however you'd like to look at that. All right, so we know this is Phoenix's daughter. I hope we get a little more explanation as to what's going on there. Is that loud? Yeah, it is. What was he pulling? Well, shit. My first trial and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it, I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here, honest. Here being the legendary Wright and Co. law offices. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. I don't know who this is. You must be here for the interview, right this way. Huh? Ah.
Hello there. You found the right place.
Oh, God. This is fine. She's funny. She's funny. I like that she's proud of the way she can pun her name like that.
Welcome.
What's with this girl? Dude, you've met her before, at least.
Oh, now, shall we begin?
Begin? What?
Right, first things first. Any special talents?
Talents? My cords of steel.
Yes, well, you must have at least one.
Well, I guess defending?
Defending? An unusual talent, but it'll do. With a little jazzing up, of course.
You think so?
Let's give it a go, shall we?
Huh?
Go ahead, show me, defend. Just give it all you've got. Don't hold back now.
What are you talking about? I can't just defend here.
First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere.
Thanks.
We want people to be laughing with us, not at us.
Thanks. I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. I like to kick chords and chew steel, and I'm all out of steel.
What? What exactly do you think you came here to do?
What? Defend? No?
Excuse me, but you know where you are.
Huh? The Wright and Co. offices, right? Oh.
I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first.
Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge. Dude, you know who she is. You know that. Stop playing dumb, just like address her directly. Beat around the bush.
Well, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes.
Mistakes? But I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning.
Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again?
Where's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency?
Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you've always come to the right place.
Oh man, that's adorable.
I'm Trucy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician.
Trucy, huh? It all came flooding back, the trial, that girl. Dude, it was only 2 months ago. How do you not remember the girl that gave you the forged evidence? Trucy Wright.
Here, check out our flyer. So, what's your name?
Apollo Justice, attorney at law. All right, let's. So, is this really a talent agency?
You bet. Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now.
2 people? Does that include you?
Trucy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows, paid too. I'm a professional, you know.
Right, okay. Sure you are.
Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire.
Extraordinaire. Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano?
Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians who can't do magic.
At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. So you're you're Phoenix Wright's daughter?
That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of his sugar daddy. Get it? Ha
No.
I'm in charge of this whole office, too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree?
Okay, so he's 33, which means that if she's his biological child, she would have been born when he was 18. 15? How old is Mr. Wright?
Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year.
I'm sure there's a good explanation. I hope. Okay, Phoenix Wright would be the first dude to have a kid when he's 18. Oh, she's adorable. Look how happy she's just like, she's just loving life. About Mr. Wright giving up law. It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it?
You know about that?
Not the details. I remember the news though. It was a big deal.
So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance.
Daddy, right. That reminds me, about Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in.
Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital.
The hospital?
Yeah. He's on strict bed rest until he gets better.
What? Okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit.
Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close.
Right. Well, I'll be going now, and I'll give this showbiz gig some thought, okay?
Wait, I'll go with you.
Okay, so Trucy's gonna be our Maya, essentially. Cool. It's always nice to have your assistant going in with you because, let me tell you, if this were just me going around and doing my investigations, it's just gonna be me. And that's far less interesting. So this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Why do they still let him have access to a lab coat and a stethoscope?
Visitors, are you? Yes.
Yeah, are you the doctor?
Yep. Dr. Hickfield's the name.
Good morning, Doctor.
Oh God, no. No. Oh no, 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 no.
Oh, hi there, Trucy. Cute as ever. Yes.
Is this Daddy's room?
Oh yeah, except he's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. How are you, Miss Trucy? Got any places you'd like examined?
Doctor, the nurse is looking for you.
If it isn't the daddy of the cutest little thing in town. Yes. Guess I'll be off then. Later, Trucy. Oh, God.
Power through it. Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. What do you mean? This is... Phoenix is like, our morning starts at noon. What are you talking about? Oh my God. Mr. Wright. So, what happened? Oh God, he still has that aloof look on him where he's just kind of like, whatever. Just gonna kind of not pay attention to you. Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. A hit and you were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air, only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. You hit the telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. Not a concussion? He really is as lucky as they say. There's something that, well, just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big. Not fat, but, you know what I mean. Yeah, it's like, hey, let's make sure you're an attorney. You should know how to tactfully use your words. Oh, Trucy's still a child.
Daddy, how many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore.
Legally, you are. But you'll always be daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. My foot. I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius.
Tee, aw, Daddy.
You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. So, why did you contact me? What could the Wright talent agency possibly want with me? No need to get so prickly now. Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged into like this.
But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway?
That seems more of like a indignant, like faux indignant, like, didn't you come in the office on your own free will? You fucking idiot. Well, yeah, of course. Help, we're in big trouble. Here at the office, big. I thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital.
That's right, Daddy. How are we gonna pay this month's rent and the groceries?
Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other 2 must fall. Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid. In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school again.
No, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to us? Polly.
Oh, man. Here we go. What? Now it's my fault? On that note, how about you come work for us? We've got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? All right. I'll hear what you have to say. I'll hear what you have to say.
Got him, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker.
Now it's time to reel him in.
We love our fishing idioms here.
It's official. I'm scared. All right, so who's the client? Ah, yes, here. Take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night, I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that Indochine? Is that how it's pronounced? Indochine pasta joint? Al dente's. I don't get that pun. Al dente's. Al dente's. Mm-hmm. I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. The car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. So, good luck. Huh? You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. I'm the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole. Whoa, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry. Once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Hey, civil case. Then you can stick it to him in court. I'm not a prosecutor either. Well, no. You're an attorney. You have the ability to bring civil cases. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke. Huh?
Oh, Daddy. Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know. Even the ones that aren't very funny.
Your real client should be stopping by the office any time now. The office? You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. One more thing. Do look in my accident too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map. Yeah, huge tragedy that led to nothing but a sprained ankle. It's right here in front of this park. Should be easy to find. So he's going to make me investigate this after all. Mr. Wright's bed. It's really messy.
Look how messy this is. You're just hopeless without me, aren't you, Daddy?
Yikes, she's attempting to clean up. Look out! You got me. What can I say? I was raised in a barn. Try not to let word get out, Apollo, if you don't mind. God, that look is so surly. I aspire to be that surly someday. Yeah, it might ruin your illustrious career pretending to play the piano. Hey. How long are you planning on making me wait, eh?
Good morning.
Hey there, Trucy doll. Sounds like your pops had a bit of a rough spot, eh?
All's well that ends well, I guess.
This is our client? Hey, so this is that Apollo fellow, huh? Oh, yes? The name's Apollo. Look at him there, arms all crossed like ready to fight. Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you? Boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Paulo. Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it. Defense? Your noodle half cooked? It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen. Noodle?
You know Mr. Eldoon from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly?
No nicknames, please. And no, of course I don't know him. You new in these parts? Not really. Just you're a nobody. Then you know the best noodles in town. Eldoon's noodles. Whose noodles? My noodles. Help me out here, Chosy now.
This is Mr. Guy Eldoon. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldoon.
Anything for you, Trucy doll. The fuck's this guy? Oh, Eldoon is noodle backwards. Gotcha. So, you run a noodle stand, Mr. Eldoon. Eldoon's the name, and noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for a year and a half. Oh, that's not that long, really. My family's been noodle men for generations. Got a lot of expectations on my shoulders. And a noodle bowl on your head. 15 fathers passed the noodle to 15 sons.
That's a pretty old noodle.
Aye, and fool that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops and picked another livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well. Oh, there was no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy.
So, it was like destiny that you became what you are.
Right, destiny's the word? Oh, I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by this twisted noodle of fate. Not a mental image I care to linger on. So last year, I started my noodle stand. 15th generation of Eldoon's noodles. So tell me more about Eldoon's noodles. You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty, while they're saltier than salt. Okay, I like my sodium, but that sounds not so great. Now I really don't want to find out.
Daddy's a regular at his noodle stand. He's gonna have heart problems when he gets older.
He frequented my pop's stand back during his attorney days, too. Yep, him and his assistant. I'm sorry. I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon. Wish you could, Sonny. Huh? Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl about now.
What could you mean? Or what do you mean?
It was stolen. My stand gone. Stolen? It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle.
It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints.
Now you're just trying to butter me up. That sounded more like the blues than a whistle. That's better, though. I closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. Then this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My keep, my castle. Oh God, his hair. Oh. Oh. Maybe some bum carted it off. Just guessing here. Well, I don't care who did it. Now that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there too. Do you have insurance or something like that? Probably not.
That's the saddest thing I've heard all day.
You know it. Anyhow, that's the deal. Good luck. Good. Huh? Wait. What exactly is your request? My noodle stand. Find it. The day you bring back my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course, I make it so hot and salty 2 bowls would kill a man. Then I'd really need defense. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. Oh, this is where I live. You drop by if you need any info, okay? Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. God. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves.
Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo.
Huh? I have a bad feeling about this. Oh, listen to this lady's problem now. Don't be cruel.
I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen.
Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery?
Well, someone stole a pair of my
God, This is actually a problem. Like, somebody's thieving a 15-year-old girl's underwear? Yep. Time to take out the trash. Panties? Oh, what's that look for? I didn't notice that last time. He's like, I don't know how to react to this. So you were, stolen your things, yeah?
My panties, yes.
Right, panties. Ugh. That's a crying shame, that is, Trucy doll.
I was alone in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window there to dry.
What the fuck? I'm sure this is like something that isn't uncommon in Japan, or not rare in Japan, because they make it seem like it's just like, oh, it just happened.
When a thief came and took them, my favorite panties. I ran after him. Give those back, I shouted. Wait.
Is that Doge? Well, that was certainly brave of you.
But I lost him. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do.
Darn crying shame, yep.
At least the scene of the crime is convenient.
I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand or there's an empty bowl in your future, Paulo. Right. You help out, Trucy doll here too, you hear?
Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We had no work yesterday, now we have 3 cases.
I guess.
Let's see where we stand.
Not in a courtroom, that's where. Well, the first item on our list.
Phoenix Wright, Daddy's hit and run accident. We have to find the one who hit him.
Who's gonna pay us for this again?
And the second item, Mr. Eldune's request to find his stolen stand.
For which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles.
And the last request is mine. Let's find my stolen panties.
That bowl of noodles is looking better and better.
Let's go, Polly, to the streets.
Aren't you enthusiastic?
How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me.
I guess we might as well get started. Let's see, a hit and run, stolen stand. Last but not least, stolen panties. Charlie!
Charlie! Charlie!
Yikes. The fuck is going on here? This is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car?
According to the map, this is the place.
What a huge mansion. Feels like Chinatown.
Paulo, there's a nice looking lady over there. Let's question her.
Okay. I'm a little curious about the park over there too. Oh, no. Oh, please, God, no. Oh, okay. Okay. That's a design and a half, to be sure, but that's not what I thought was going to happen.
Excuse me, can we have a few words with you?
Whoa, that husky voice, why am I suddenly sweating?
Let's go to a house you've got there. You must have a lot of money.
Whoa, money sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is the Kitaki family mansion, little girl. You, kid with the hair, you want something?
Me? No, not a thing. Bye.
Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something?
But the Kitaki family, they're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town.
If you're going to ask something, ask it. If you're man enough.
Oh, all right.
Yay! Way to whip him into shape, ma'am.
Does she have no fear? Apparently not.
I'm Plum Kitaki, wife of the 4th head of the Kitaki family business. Friends call me Little Plum.
I'm sure they do. I'm Little Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Looks like if looks could kill, this woman would be a mass murderer by now.
Little Plum? That's a really cute name for someone so...
Yes.
Whoa!
What is it, Apollo?
How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy?
It seems like a bit of a needless procedure.
I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures.
Oh, little girl, you should know we're gangsters.
Gangs? Oh, that means you're the bad guys.
Trucy, through me, please, I'm begging you here.
The bad guys. I like the sound of that.
I'm going to need some warm tea after this, and a new pair of pants.
Takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys.
So you're saying that business is in a slump?
Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. There was a car accident here last night. Eats? Question mark?
Last night.
Of course you wouldn't know about it. Sorry to bother you.
Wait.
Yes?
You talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away.
That's my daddy.
I should have known. One of our
Capos?
thought he'd make a great point man.
Capo, point man.
Could you avoid using too much industry lingo?
In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I've been cleaning up this mess since morning. Bah.
Cleaning up this paint? Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident?
It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise and found your father drowning in a sea of paint.
So you came to his rescue?
You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint, then turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our wall, you see.
I'm sure that dragon is glaring at me.
But why are you out here cleaning it up?
What do you mean?
I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you?
Please, go through me when you want to.
Don't be such a stiff, lawyer boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image.
Yes.
But we're community-oriented gangsters, you see. The boss likes to give back to the people, see?
How noble of him.
I avail myself of the public facilities to get rid of the garbage. Now there's just the paint on the wall, the paint on the street to deal with.
Public facilities? Wonder if she means that trash can. Oh, this. Duh. Who's that? She's looking at the park.
She's pretty. I bet she has a story, you know?
Well, everybody has a story. It's just whether or not it's boring or not. There's something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. Seems like she's petrified. Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate.
I smell an incident.
Ma'am, there's no entry to the park.
Oh, don't you tell me where I can't go, young fella. I always walk through this park on my way home.
Please, get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, ma'am.
That's quite the determined old lady. Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park.
You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous.
Hey, miss, stay out of the park.
You got mad at me.
Did something happen here, officer?
Huh? No, move along. Nothing to see here.
Why don't you kids go play someplace else? We're not kids, and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong?
Detective Sky, we're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report.
Wow, she's, well, 7 years older. She seems a lot older than, what would it be? 25? Detective,
Why is she wearing a lab coat?
you're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed. And these kids are?
Curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers.
Why don't you kids run along and play someplace else? Excuse me?
The hypocrisy.
Look, we're not... I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. Want a dose of experimental hydroxysalunodocitrase?
Come again? What's hydroxy stuff?
Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy. Try to keep out the riffraff if you would.
Yes, ma'am.
How are we gonna get more information like this?
Now we asked that nice woman across the street.
Oh yes, that nice woman. Can I ask you a question?
What?
What happened in the park across the street?
Oh, yes, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say.
Chicago, huh?
Gunfire, someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too.
You're kidding.
What a morning. Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our houses.
Did something happen at your house, too?
A crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter. Want to hear about it?
Somehow I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly.
It's a private matter. Wanna know? So what happened at your house?
Bloomers, last night.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Me, Little Plum Kitaki, the victim of a party snatch.
Panty snatcher. I was really hoping that said party instead of panty, but that wouldn't have made any sense. Oh dear.
What? So was it just my panties that were stolen?
Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it?
No, of course not. Mercy.
I've heard word that panties have been disappearing lately. And the missing panties all have something in common.
It's hard to imagine Trucy's and Mrs. Kitaki's panties having much in common. Just imagine Mrs. Kitaki's oh.
I know. We'll find your bloomers, too.
Great, show me what you're made of.
What have you gotten me into this time, Trucy? Hello? That girl from before.
Oh, welcome home, sweetie.
Hello, Mother.
She's a Kitaki too?
Miss! Here, our flyer.
Wright Anything Agency?
The Wright Anything Agency?
Anything Agency?
Yeah, do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by our office, we'll be waiting. Goodbye.
Why did you give her our flyer?
I don't know, she seemed like she could use some help.
And she's the heiress to the gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help.
I wouldn't be so sure. All gangsters need a consigliere.
Apollo Justice is the next Robert Duvall. So what's this place?
This would be Mr. Eldoon's house, silly.
Oh, this is where his stand was stolen from? You can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already.
Hey! Look, there's a police car parked over there.
You're right. What's with the sparkly entrance? What is this place? A hospital? There's a sign. Maractus Clinic.
Oh, that's where the thief went.
The thief?
The one who snatched my panties. He ran into this clinic last night. Wait, maybe that police car is here to find my panties.
I doubt it.
Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate.
Ah, there you are, Sonny. Oh, you find anything yet? No, not yet. I play my harmonica when I get anxious. You're making me anxious. The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your victory bowl gets. Just remember that. This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment, more like punishment. So your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was it? Alright, passed down from father to son. That stand's seen its share of salt, Salt runs in the family, you might say. I bet high blood pressure does too. Yep. So your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was stolen. Well, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained sign. I didn't just lose the stand, I lost a legend. Anxious harmonica playing.
No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo.
Isn't it about time he bought a new one anyway? Are there any more details you could give me about the stand? You bet, Sonny boy. It happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always, crying the town. I was. The smell of broth filled the streets, thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m., I reckon. Guess he's not aiming for that late night market. I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease. Then I went inside. When did you notice it had been stolen? Early this morning before the sun rose. Work starts early. That many people eat noodles for breakfast? Washed up on the salty shores of ruination. There's standing my whole life in it, nay, my whole being.
They took everything?
All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams.
At least they left one bowl. Look, they're on the ground.
If you don't find that stand today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets peddling that bowl, my last bowl. What about the one on your head? Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is.
That's it. That's where the thief who snatched my panties ran to.
It's a crying shame, that is. They have to steal, make it my loincloth, not some pretty girl's panties. The garage, right? You don't think the thief lives here, do you? I wouldn't put it past that good-for-nothing doctor. Do I detect a little animosity here?
Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly.
Is this yours, Mr. Eldoon? Hey, that there's the heart and soul of Eldoon's noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty sure it's gonna taste just like noodles.
Wow, does it smell like noodles?
All my other bowls got taken away with my stand. Get it back from me, Sonny boy, I'm begging you.
Look, a doggy. Good boy, salty.
I'm sure the dog has a real name, Trucy. Yep, sure does. Name's Spoon. That's a she, by the way. Spoon. That's actually kind of cute.
Spoon doesn't seem so lively.
You didn't get her bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. No, it could be that she's dealing with some cholesterol problems. Poor little thing.
Oh, let's find that stand soon for Spoon's sake.
Pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles. Looks like the oil drum is connected to that sink over there.
Collecting rainwater to do the dishes. How environmentally conscious.
You don't think he uses rainwater to cook his noodles and to make the broth, do you?
I'm sure he finds the best water money can buy. Look, that sign over there. Eldoon's only uses water from all natural sources.
I think I'll take a rain check on eating here. Yikes. The tarp? That's the place. That's right there. That's where I kept my stand. Covered all nice and pretty with that blue tarp there. So you use this plastic sheet to cover your stand at night? I see.
You see? What? Did you figure out why it was stolen?
Well, no, but it does suggest that the thief knew what he or she was looking for. They clearly knew what was under that sheet. So it wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatchers, you mean? Not bad, Sonny boy. Not bad at all. One thing that seems kind of off compared to the prior games is that I feel like it's a lot of this stuff blends together, whereas in the prior games it was very obvious, like, I'm looking at this, I'm looking at this, I'm looking at this, because this and this just kind of blends together, right? So I'm not sure if this is just going to be the house, or the sink's going to be the house, or the sign's going to be that part of the house, or the sink, the drum. Like, it all kind of blends together a little too much. Hopefully we won't have issues with that later, because when I end up missing something inevitably because I didn't realize that there were two separate objects next to each other.
Hey, do you think something happened next door? There's a police car out front.
I probably gave someone food poisoning, I'll bet. If anyone's at risk of giving someone food poisoning. That police car got here this morning, actually. I asked what they were up to, because they wouldn't even tell me, the neighbor. Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got what's coming to him. The wrong crowd? Never you mind about that. I do mind very much. What a hideous car.
This is the place. This is where the panty snatcher ran.
You sure?
Maybe. Let's look for clues. Clues to a panty snatching. Clues like a pair of panties.
Oh, God. Brucey? Could you try not saying panties so many times? He's right, you know. Phone? Something about this car.
Let's take a closer look.
No, I mean, it's ugly. Oh, I see. Look, a cell phone.
Someone dropped it beneath this tire. The car moved, it would be crushed for sure.
Wonder if it belongs to the doctor here?
We should bring it to him later.
That reminds me. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. Apparently, there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case.
Wow!
I remember that case record whenever I'm checking out a car, and I always check the tailpipe.
Everyone's gotta have a hobby, I guess.
Wouldn't it be funny if... Hey! There's something in here!
What?
Wait a second, are these your...
Ah! My panties!
What? Already? That's funny. Already?
Wow, thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing.
No, really, don't mention it. Please, mention it to no one.
No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. You must have a nose for finding girls' panties.
Please don't say that. What are those?
My little panties, of course. They've come home to Mama. I can't wait to use them.
Going to put them on now?
Watch closely now. See? Nothing in the panties. Ta-da!
Whoa! Where'd that come from? How'd that bowl get in your... What just happened? How'd that bowl get in your panties?
My panties are an extra-dimensional space. Anything can fit in there.
Please. Please. Can we not? Don't want to hear about your magic panties. Alright, I gotta say the line.
They're my magic panties. It's one of my best tricks.
Magic panties.
They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there now.
Oh my god! You mean those panties are a prop? You could have told me a little sooner. Why is that a piece of evidence? Well, I know why it's a piece of evidence, but why did the game do that to me? Can we get the Wonder Bar shut down? It's obviously a den of pervs. Well, that's one case closed, at least.
What are you saying? We still have to catch the sly devil that ran off with the tool of my trade.
The tool of your trade? Oh, right. Something tells me we're not finished searching this garage anyways. Man, if I'm Phoenix, that is not a thing that's happening.
Hey, look at that!
The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue.
What? You're smiling like you know something I don't.
I know many things you don't, child.
You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly?
A clue? Let's see. I think I do have just the clue you've got in mind. This is the car that hit Phoenix, but how do I... I guess I don't have what I need yet. It's what hit Phoenix, but I can't tell. I guess I don't have the proper clue to show. Wow, that's redundant. A watch and a phone connected together?
Look at this cute little watch strap. I want one.
It's kind of odd, though.
What is?
I mean, if you wanted to know the time, you just look at the phone itself.
Hey, you're right. Sharp, Apollo.
Thanks. Finally some respect on my name.
So what does that tell you?
Well, the owner of this watch doesn't think through the details, for one.
They did drop their phone after all. I kind of figured they were a little spacey already.
Oh, good point. Love this feature, by the way.
Oh, look, I love these little personal touches.
Seems a shame to hide it at the bottom of the bowl. Huh? When I touched it, the paint flaked off.
Must have painted it on by hand with warm professional care.
Or buying the cheapest paint he could with the cold professional thrift.
It's the Aldo's Noodles mascot. Mr. Salty, he's so cute.
Not a very endearing mascot, is it?
No, come to think of it, looks a lot like you, Apollo, especially the red parts.
Can I help it if I like red? Ah, yeah. Because she was talking about she cleaned up a bunch of stuff and put stuff in the trash. There's a big trash can on the way into the park. Guess we could check it out.
Detective's life sure is a hard one.
I'm an attorney extra, whatever.
2 pieces of garbage with paint on them.
These are slippers. They look like those slippers you get at the hospital.
Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go in a car?
It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something or someone.
Wait, you don't think...
I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright.
Wow, and he took off its mirror? I never knew Daddy was so strong. I only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which one do you want to take?
Okay, but I have pockets. Or we could just put it back in the agency. Apollo's take that is so aggressive. Phoenix's take that's more like, ha. Apollo's is more like, I'm gonna clobber you. And it's like, bruh, relax. My clue is this.
Whoa, it's the same color and size and everything. A perfect match.
Well, looks like we've just solved the case. No, you didn't solve it because you don't know who did it yet. You just know that that car hit him.
So the car that hit Daddy last night?
It's sitting right in front of us. Yep.
Oh, you put the pro in professional, Apollo.
Gee, thanks, Trucy.
Apollo.
Huh? What is it?
Now that we've solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long knowing him.
Okay. He doesn't seem the type to mope, though. And this is hardly a case worth reporting. What do you do? I disagree with that. I think I needed to go back there in order to get to the clinic. Yo, how's it goes?
Daddy, how do you feel?
Not bad, Trucy, not bad. It's good to have you youngins on the case. He's younger than I am. Let's old Daddy-O get some well-deserved R&R.
Y'all already need their rest.
Fuck off, Trudy. Isn't he only 33? Yeah, he is. Thank you very much. We've cleared up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent, capable. Tell me what you found out if you want to. Otherwise, you know, whatever, I don't care. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. That's interesting. I could have sworn overwhelming was one word. I guess that could have been done for the sake of emphasis. Well, I certainly didn't expect you back this early.
Ollie's amazing. He found my panties so quick. Almost like he was the one who stole them.
Don't even imply such an occurrence. And did you find the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? Apparently it was a doctor from the... Wait. You can't make that assumption. There are more than doctors that work at clinics. Oh, God, Apollo with the logical leap that I'm not a fan of. Apparently it was a doctor from the Maractus clinic. Maractus, eh? I've heard of him. Oh, it's just the one doctor? Just the one doctor, actually? Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic.
Maybe something happened?
What is this Maractus clinic, anyway? All I've heard are the rumors. That clinic's been making good money. In a bad way. Bad? Ties to organized crime, the Kentucky family. The Kitaki family? He did that on purpose. Some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, you see. They use the Maractus clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting.
It looked like something had happened in that park.
Ah, body was found there in unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead? It's not our concern in any case.
Right, let's ignore that and find that noodle stand.
Whatever happened to professional curiosity? Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to this Maractus place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations. A little legal action would do me some good. I was wondering when I get paid? We solved the case of your accident and, found a missing article of clothing.
My panties!
That leaves the noodle stand. Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. Be happy to help with anything not involving money. Goodbye, quid pro quo. Hello, pro bono.
Right, back to the office to plan our next move.
In very general terms, it means you're doing something for something else. I'm giving you a service in order to get money or bartering like an item or something like that. Whereas pro bono is you're doing it for no benefit. Tangible benefit, anyway. Most of Phoenix's career is pro bono. I mean, I've asked that several times, how he'd be able to keep his office going considering nobody ever pays him. At least that we see. You're the woman from the Kitaki place.
Yes. I knew it! Something's the matter and you want our help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please. Thank you. My name is Alida Tiala.
Your request, let me guess, something's been stolen.
Your flyer. It says now defending, so I thought...
What? You mean, you want me to defend you? Me?
Maybe you can tell us what happened. Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand or your panties? No. I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my fiancé. I suppose you'd call him engaged, not married.
Fiance? What happened to him then?
He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder. Murder? Have you heard about what happened at the park?
So what's your story? You frequent the Kitaki mansion, yes? Are you a member of their organization?
No, not yet. Not yet. You see, I'm to be married next month to the boss's son.
The boss's son? So he's a gangster.
Yes, but the Kitakis are locally responsible gangsters. Let's rationalize it. It's okay because they're locally responsible. I thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good gangster life.
Haven't we all wanted to do that at some point? To live the good gangster life, quit our job, marry into gangster wealth.
I think you're onto something. This Kitaki, I like the sound of that.
I'm not sure your daddy would care much for that. What happened?
I haven't been told all the details, but I do know a body was found in the park, near the Kitaki mansion. There were a lot of police cars there. Apparently, the victim was shot with a pistol. But I hear the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual. Besides, my boyfriend only uses a baseball bat, never a pistol.
And your fiance was arrested for this?
What sort of person is your fiance?
Your fiance is the Kitaki family's only son, correct?
His name's Waki Kitaki.
Good God.
I brought a photo.
Well, that's quite the photo. That might be the worst hair I've seen in this game so far, and that's saying something.
I know, he can be powerful and menacing, but so cute.
But if he's the boss's only son...
Yes, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday. Say, I'm a boss already of this agency. Please help my Waki, please.
Right, my first solo defense case. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent.
I prepared a letter of request. I know you need those. Right, let's go check out the scene of the crime.
She's still trying to get over that fence. So this is it, my first crime scene. It's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play?
We're not playing. We're investigating, aren't we, Apollo?
Sir, I have a letter of request here. Get the fuck out of my way. Letter of, huh? Why does it say? Oops. Whoopsie-doodle. I did not look at it first. I don't think I've ever talked about this, but in the U.S., at least like in my jurisdiction, we, the attorneys, draft the letter of retainer. The clients don't do it. But here, apparently, it's the clients that write the letter. What does it say? Hit request on it.
This Tiali must have used the Kitaki stationery.
Ugh.
Excuse me, coming through.
Wait, why is he not? What's happening here? Are they twins?
It's you, Mr. Gavin.
Who's the what? What the fuck is going on here? Who's this guy?
I must say I'm used to being inspected by the ladies, but this is the first time I felt this way with a man.
Mr. Gavin?
Ah, Fräulein. What is a sweet morsel like you doing in such a dismal place? Can I help?
Yes? The policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. We even have a letter of request.
You must be exhausted standing out here. I will take you to the scene of the crime.
Oh, really?
By your leave, officer.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir.
Ah, very well. This way, Fräulein.
He's probably supposed to have a German accent, but I can't do a German accent.
Whee!
Hey, what about me?
On that note, enjoy your investigation.
I'm just using Gavin's voice because they're the fucking same person.
Thank you. Will we see you again?
Ask the wind, Fräulein. I'll be writing on it.
Who was that? Bruh. There's only two possible answers. One, he's a twin brother of your mentor that you just never knew existed. Or two, he's a slider from the alternate mirror universe that has came to this dimension, the copy of Mr. Gavin. Those are the only two possible explanations.
Oh, look, a corpse.
What? Hey, it's just a mannequin.
Oh, it sure got me.
Oh, might I ask exactly what you're doing here? Oh, it's you. How'd you kids get in here?
Oh, this guy. Well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in.
Him again. That's glimmerous fop. Always getting in my way. Anyway, this scene is off limits. Excuse me, we have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says that it was written by Tiala Alita. Thanks. It took you 30 minutes to figure that out. So, what's up with the mannequin there? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. Detective Sky. Quiet, please. It's snack time. She eating almonds?
We're not making much progress here.
She must not be very busy.
I never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years and they won't give me the position I requested.
Then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. Who's he? An ex-defense attorney? I love Gumshoe, but I'm okay with a little change because we got a lot of Gumshoe in the first 3 games. Ah, you're back. Run into some problems?
Oh, Polly, don't you want to tell Daddy something?
Who, me? No, I'm fine, really. What's this? So there's a problem? No, no problem. Actually, I got a defense request. A defense request? That is a problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request is for me! Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's doing that on purpose. I know it. God, what a surly son of a bitch. I love it. It's related to the murder in People Park, actually.
Guess what? We found Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand at the scene of the crime.
Did you now? That's unusual indeed. never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon. I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was?
That funny detective won't let us on the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyway?
A lab coat? Didn't think she'd be involved with this. You know her? You could say that. Why are you being so fucking surly about everything, dude? Just tell me. He's being obtuse. So, you know her, don't you? I met her on a case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. That would make her about the same age as me.
That's my daddy. He knows all the police types. Oh, wait. Maybe you know that other guy, too.
That other guy?
That shining prince on the motorcycle.
Prince? Apollo, tell me about this prince of Trucy's. He looks just like Mr. Gavin. Just say that. Indulge a concerned father. He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Thank God. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he now? You know him? I guess he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother. His brother? We're acquaintances after a fashion. Clavier Gavin. Rock and roll god incarnate.
Clavier.
Is it Clavier? Clavier?
What a lovely name. He's so dreamy.
I didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. What was he doing out there? I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. But I'm not going to tell you why. Now, what was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park.
Yeah, that detective woman won't let us.
Go to the office. On the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. I'm taking that to this detective. White powder? I hope it's not what I think it is. Just take it to her. It'll really invigorate her. Just kind of look away after you give it to her. If you hear any sniffling, just kind of ignore that. She's just going to be investigating it. And once she investigates it, she'll know who you are and she'll let you do whatever you want. Oh, and tell her I said hi. Clavier. So this must be the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Let's take a closer look. Huh?
Whoa!
You know what this is, Trucy?
I remember finding some in Daddy's dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me.
This is getting more and more suspicious.
Let's go talk to that detective. She's sure to know what that white powder is.
I love how the game is like, yep, it's suspicious, all right. Suspicious white powder. I don't think we have to move there to get to People's Park. But for the sake of immersion. Does this ring any bells?
Hi, is that?
It couldn't. Where'd you get that? Brought it from the office.
You work at the Wright & Co. law offices, yes?
Yeah, sort of.
Detective Sky, how do you know my daddy?
Daddy? I'm sorry, who did you say you were?
Trucy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter.
What? Mr. Wright has a daughter?
You seem shocked.
Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. Oh, thanks. You can start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Fingerprints? I guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. My powder memories. If you find any evidence with the fingerprints on it, please let me know. We'll dust for prints. Well, she's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. Quite the eager beaver. Now, can we reintroduce ourselves? The report came in late last night. The body was found much as you see it now. Except it was a real body. But why? Why was a body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. Well, what was the cause of death? A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol.
A pistol?
Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Paul Maractus. Hal Maractus, right? I just received the autopsy report, in fact. Oh, so the doctor's dead. I mean, really, what's up with this case? It's enough to make me want to run off, pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me.
Not so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. a likely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know.
Actually, we do know where the noodle stand came from. The noodle stand's owner is... Jesus Christ, dude. Sounds like you're about to attack her. Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of Eldoon's Noodles, Mr. Eldoon himself.
He's famous in this part of town.
Not bad. I guess Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. Bruh, we're like the same age.
That saved me a lot of work. Thanks. What sort of person was the victim anyway?
I mean, what did he do? He was a doctor. A doctor? Starting to see a connection here. Yes. Did you do not remember his last name and the last name on that clinic?
Who, me? I'm just a supervisor for this crime scene.
Detective Sky.
I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist. Oh, were you studying abroad?
Something like that. I was studying in Europe.
Forensic sciences, mind you, but when I got back here, they threw me in criminal affairs, just like that. Why didn't you just become a forensics expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that was an option, but I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here.
Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? I guess that would seem kind of weird.
What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left, but Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them. Really? I had no idea.
She's been out of the country for a while. She probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current state of affairs. Could you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kitaki family, yes?
Waki Kitaki. I don't know if he's the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around.
Violently in the detention center.
I see.
Why was he arrested in the first place?
You are a defense attorney, aren't you?
You're not his by any chance. Actually, yes, I am. Otherwise, why the fuck would I be here?
Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime.
Huh?
The witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow.
What? Could you tell us a bit more about the victim?
Well, let's see. Apparently, he's the physician at a clinic in the area. Well, quite well off, too, from the sound of it. Well, was. The clinic's name is the Maractus Clinic. Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there.
What, you've been to the clinic? Yeah, though on a related issue. Told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand.
I see. So that means Dr. Maractus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here?
That would seem to be the case.
But why?
Don't ask me. I don't fucking know. There's got to be a good clue or two around here.
You and your trash cans. Go ahead, knock yourself out.
Please, can't you see I'm doing my... Huh?
Look! Another pair of underwear?
Wow, Paolo, you're a genius at finding panties. Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't...
They're not mine.
Thank fucking God. Could these have been stolen too? Yeah, they're what's-her-faces. It's so obvious.
It's a knife.
A shiv, to be precise. Oh, lingo! The defendant, Waki Kitaki, is the son of known gangsters. The police are assuming this belongs to him.
Wait, but wasn't the murder weapon a pistol?
Huh? Look at this. There's a handprint on the shiv. A handprint? Then there might be a fingerprint! Let's investigate.
What is she, like, going through my pocket right now?
Right, first choose the fingerprint you want to examine.
Choose a fingerprint?
Look closely at the handle. See, there's more than one fingerprint there. Those black spots! That's right. Pick the one you want to analyze.
Well, the most clear one, obviously.
Right, let's get detecting. Wow, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the print. Just touch the screen like this, see? The oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it on and flick any excess off. Flick? Yeah, like you're brushing an especially stubborn fop off your finger, like this. Wow, amazing, it's like magic! Isn't it though?
Right, let's give it a shot.
Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprint with the powder.
Unlimited powder!
Good, clear, quite impressive. Next, to match the print. The police office has samples so you can tell whose finger this print belongs to. That doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the print. Okay, pick the person whose print you think it is. You probably have a good idea whose knife this is already. That looks like a perfect match. Who do I compare? Ha! Thanks, dumbass. You just helped me find out that the defendant actually was at the scene of a crime. What a fucking idiot.
Fuck. So the fingerprints do belong to the defendant.
Yeah, isn't it amazing what a dumbass you are? Ah, the power of science. It's my life. Hello, she's sparkling.
Yeah, because I literally just helped her case out. And I'm dimming.
Look sharp. Spirits up. The real fight is yet to come. Chin up, Polly.
The trial hasn't even started and I'm already losing. Well, I'm glad he understands it at least.
So, have you met the defendant? No. Visiting hours almost over at the detention center. You might think about wrapping up here and heading over.
Don't tell me what the... Fine, good idea. I don't know what good it will do. We have a witness and a knife with prints. Oh my god, you still gotta talk to your fucking client, you dingbat. Have I mentioned I've got a bad feeling about this?
Don't worry, it's like a Wright tradition.
Some traditions I can live without. Is that everything? Oh, I want to talk to Emma more. I'm sorry, meeting hours for the day are all done. But we still have 3 minutes! I'll put in your request, but don't expect anything. Father's talking in the private room with him.
The father? You mean like a priest?
I mean the suspect's father, Mr. Winfred Big Wins Kitaki himself. Not someone I care to... Die, you! You're the one on your way out, old... Ah, they're here. Oh, God. Whoa, this guy radiates power. That's what I was thinking. Power with a cute apron?
You Walkie's lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Big Wins Kitaki, 4th head of the Kitaki family. Capiche?
Actually, I came to speak to your son.
Mr. Justice.
Yes?
My son's innocent. He killed no one. If he were found guilty, it wouldn't be good. Capiche?
Yes. I'm all about capiching. Capiche? Loud and clear.
You gotta do more than just understand to make it. You'll learn, though. Even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life.
Oh, what a beast. I don't feel so good.
What's the big deal, old man? You can't treat me like a kid no more, not now. You know, I wanted to go to the clink. I like it here.
You must be Walkie?
A G's not a G till he's done her time. Bazoy!
God, this guy.
You see, when I get out of here, things will change. Silence.
I love that reaction.
My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy.
Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that.
Ha, you can't take me under your wing this time, old man. You heard me? I don't need no trial. I did it. I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow.
I need to talk to my client!
I'll say this about Apollo compared to Phoenix.
Congratulations!
He and I are thinking very much alike a lot more often. So much for talking to our client.
But we made so much progress today. We even found... Oh, God.
Can we please move past this?
We even found my panties. I had fun, at least.
Of course, the biggest mystery of all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial?
Oh, almost forgot. It's time for my show. Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar. You should come check it out.
Oh, I'll come check it out, all right. And I'll have the police on standby for all those pervs. Obviously, no, of course they'll never leave me. They're pieces of evidence now. Huh? Mr. Wright's not here today?
He said his old foot injury was acting up.
Old injury? He was all smiles yesterday.
Yes, he smiled when he said we'd be fine as long as you're there, Trucy.
Yes, fine. We'll be fine. Here comes Justice. I started my voice training at 5 this morning.
Oh, do some now. I want to see her. Here.
Huh? Oh, okay.
My name is Apollo Justice, and I'm fine.
That sounds more like a self-mantra than voice training.
I'm fine. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Good morning.
Yo, what's up? Hit me with the guilty verdict, G. See if I can...
I'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new most punchable client.
You just hang loose and let things go with the flow, you know what I'm saying?
Not really.
Lucky, don't be running your mouth like that in here.
See, that's the difference between me and you, old man. I ain't afraid of no cops. Real G's don't keep it real till they spend some hard time in the pen.
You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Sounds like they've both been voice training too, Apollo.
My worst fear is realized. What the fuck is he doing? Are you gonna punch somebody? The trial's starting and I still haven't had a real talk with my client. I mean, Your Honor. Yeah, right. The first punchable client? Well, it's more of there's always been a punchable client. It's just about how punchable are they. Larry, right off the bat, is a punchable client. But how punchable is he compared to Waki? Not much. Not much. Larry's like, I could punch Larry in the face, but he'd kind of have to piss me off. Waki, I could just punch in the face because of his existence. He's up here. Larry's down here. Edgeworth is kind of punchable in a way, because of how fucking withholding he was. Like, hey, let me try to help you. No, I'm gonna make things incredibly hard for you to defend me. Court is now in session for the trial of Waki Kitaki. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready to rock and or roll, Herr Judge.
Ah, Tim, the guy from yesterday. He's a prosecutor?
With that outfit, I don't believe it. It's Mr. Gavin's brother. It's not even a suit. It's like a leisure coat. Long time no see, Prosecutor Gavin. Were you taking a leave of absence? You know that little band I started in my free time? Thing is, we got really popular. Hard to say hi to your fans. When 3 of your singles go platinum, yeah? I see. To be honest, I was a little concerned. I feared that you might be distraught over that one trial. Not to worry, Herr Judge. I wouldn't miss this stay in court for the world. It's worth even more than VIP passes to one of my concerts, yeah? How could I pass up a chance to see the true strength of the little boy who bested my brother? Fuck! It was worth canceling a show or two. They just let you back on this murder case? Understood. You may give your opening statement to the court. Before that, I was thinking, is the air in this courtroom not a bit serious? It is a court of law. That's no way to get the crowd jumping, Herr Judge. They're not supposed to jump. This is a courtroom.
Achtung, baby! Today we play it my way!
What's that noise?
Sometimes you have to get on up in order to get down to prosecuting.
This is crazy.
The victim, Paul Maractus, director of the Maractus Clinic. The scene, People's Park. He was found pulling a noodle stand.
What in the world was a doctor doing pulling a noodle stand?
Yes, I believe you will only find that out by asking the defendants right here, right now. Because it's an undeniable truth that he shot the victim.
What do you mean, undeniable?
If you are to glare at anyone, Herr Justice, glare at that punk in the defendant's chair. His crime was witnessed quite clearly, you see. Very well. Obviously, everything you're saying is 100% correct, and I believe you immediately. Please admit this witness to the court.
Nine. Not yet. First, there's a little matter to be cleaned up.
Could you talk without the accompaniment?
I swear I could see the guitar for a second.
What is it, Prosecutor Gavin? The motive, Herr Judge. Why did the little punk do it? Why did he kill the director of the Maractus Clinic?
Not so fast. The defendant doesn't have to explain that.
Oh, but what if the defendant specifically requests to do so? As he did this morning. I want to give a shout out to all my homies, I believe he said.
That's it. It's a part of court record now. It's tainted forever. Forever. Exactly. Thank you, Judge. What? What is right?
They always say that on stage you should hit the crowd with speed and ferocity. Sounds like he got you good, huh, Polly?
Yeah, he spelled homies wrong. I should have said it like weirdly because he spelled it wrong. Homies. Well, this is highly unusual, but the court will now hear from the defendant concerning his motive in the crime. So, you, son, are the defendant. Wacky, are you?
Ain't your son up, man. You step to it, God, you step to a Kitaki, you best be prepared to step strong.
That's actually really fucking funny. Because I've heard like that exact same line be said in school before.
If you about to step to me, you better step strong.
Like, bruh, get the fuck out of my face.
You step to a public official, you'd best be prepared to step into jail.
Nice.
You gotta hand it to him. Wacky sure has guts.
Not his guts I'm worried about. Well, then the court will now hear testimony on the defendant's motive. From the defendant himself. You're fucking Trout. Close your mouth.
I'll tell you one thing, that doctor was a cracker. Someone had to show him what's what. I was in the clinic about half a year ago, messed up my op something bad. And then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. So I gotta go in, get another doc to patch me up again. That was the day I done figured it out. No OG's gonna let that pass. That's why I went to his pad that night. Know what I'm saying?
You're saying you were one of the victim's patients?
That stuff goes down when you're keeping it real on the streets. True that.
He is every superficial thug I've ever known in my life. That talk a lot of shit and don't do anything. I might just want to lose the game here and just not play anymore and just assume that that's what happened in my headcanon.
I'll tell you one thing, that doc was whack.
Very well. Whack, I see. The defense may begin the cross-examination. I can't believe this is the first time I'm hearing about all this. What do you do if your client acts like that? Do whatever you can to shut him up?
Until you went to shut the fuck up.
First of all, the word you're looking for is quack. And isn't that a little harsh? He's your family doctor.
Who asked you, pointy locks? Just who do you think you are?
Your defense attorney, dipshit. See, the judge would have yelled at me in a situation like this because I would have been going at my client for being so incredibly stupid. Probably wouldn't have been very professional. Then again, I never had a client that I ever had to do that with because we have a chance to talk to our clients beforehand. Our trials are not the day after the event happened. Your lawyer? Say it out loud. Grow some fucking balls.
Look, I ain't trying to hear that. Here's a quacker, plain and simple.
So you were a patient at the Maractus Clinic half a year ago? For what reason?
I what you may call a mark of honor.
Can you explain precisely what was wrong?
We had a little run-in with the
rivals? Rivales?
That's when they pulled a jack move. And ran into an ambush. G busted a cap right in me.
According to my sources, you couldn't stand the stress of waiting and ran in 15 minutes before the appointed time by yourself.
Leroy Jenkins! Hey, I was more than a match for those guys.
So you were carried to the Maractus clinic from there. Apparently he was shot in the heart. He was too late. He does give love a bad name. Shot in the heart and he's still alive? I can catch bullets between my teeth, but I never learned how to catch them with my heart.
Okay, that was weird.
The bullet stopped just short of my thumper, you know what I'm saying? It would have been gone if I weren't for that whack doc. Can't even take out a stupid bullet.
So, as you say, the surgery was a failure.
That ain't all of it, Holmes.
So this bullet is still...
You know it, I can still feel it, right there in my chest, pressing up against my heart.
Your words are like a bullet shot straight into my heart. Or something to that effect. Incidentally, that's from one of our hit singles. Well, that sounds like a straightforward case of malpractice.
Word, J-Man, weren't no accident, that's for shizzle.
We're done for the night. We are done for the night. We are done. It seems that there were issues with this doctor.
Man, putting him down was like doing the world a favor.
Lucky, please consult your lawyer before saying things like that.
Chin up, Apollo. Back straight.
But why did this mistake only come to light that day?
It was found during the family health checkup.
The family checkup?
That was the wackest thing of all those G's lining up, taking eye exams and all that. Better to die young than fade away, bzoy!
A relief to hear.
What's the relief?
Oh, did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart, if not attended to immediately, it could kill you.
Well, any bullet left could kill you, depending. What?
Yes. Dr. Maractus had knowledge concerning this ticking time bomb in you. Knowledge that could have saved your life.
No way, that's whacked.
There is proof. Your checkup report. How ironic that you would kill the one man capable of helping you. You're almost as careless as he was. Well, now that the place is hopping, let's get this gig started.
Started?
We've had enough of a warm-up act. Yeah, time to hear from the witness. Lucky sure is quiet all of a sudden.
I'm a little uneasy myself. Is Gavin's strategy? Oh my. Okay.
So, will you tell us your name and occupation?
Oh my god. My name is Wesley Stickler. By occupation, I take a human profit strategy at large and supports them, which is definition I must confess. However, we must acknowledge the meaning of identity, which is commonly attached to the notion of occupation, and once we have accepted this reality, we see that our confusion is not stolpa per se, but the vagueness inherent in all of our representation.
By which he means to say that he is a student. A junior at Ivy University, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, in the Department of Science and Engineering. Filled with curiosity for all things, I spend my days in pursuit of truth, honing my...
Herr Stickler, please direct said curiosity to the case at hand today.
Very well, Mr. Stickler. Please testify to the court about what you saw on the night of the crime. You ask quite simplistically what I saw. Understand that Homo sapiens possess two eyes. He's designed to receive and read data, sending images... How often does a real lawyer go between cases? In these games, they seem to go 1 to 3 months between cases. That's... Okay, I won't say that because I'm not sure about what the caseload generally looks like in Japan. In the United States, a lawyer at any point in time can be juggling anywhere from 5 cases to 50 cases. Just depends on what they do. And the heaviness of all the cases. Because, one murder case is probably worth the time of, 20 misdemeanors? Just, very basic misdemeanors, if I had to guess, in terms of the time you're putting in. In the United States, if somebody is doing what Phoenix is doing, it means they're either getting paid extremely well every case so that they only work on one at a time, or they're just not getting a lot of business. Have I ever sued anybody? I've never had a reason to. Well, that's not true. That's actually not true. I've had people not pay me several times, and when that happens, you have the ability to go to collections and sue them for a judgment of the money that they owe you. But when you're a younger attorney, you're kind of encouraged to not do that because you could end up getting a reputation around your region of being someone that's gonna stiff you out of money, which is dumb, right? Because it's I did what I was supposed to do. They're the ones that didn't pay me, but apparently that's a thing. So my business partner and I haven't gone to collections before in an attempt to garner goodwill in the area. It hasn't happened a lot to me, though. Only a few times.
That night, I passed through the park on my way home from shopping when I saw them. One man pulling a stand, another man facing him. When I saw them quite clearly, the man facing the victim was the defendant. In his hand, he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. Book close. A shot. The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from the front, square in the forehead. Oh, God. This guy. Was there anyone else in the park at that time? I can say with 100% accuracy that there was not.
The pistol our witness refers to is this.
The court accepts this into evidence. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may cross-examine the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Trucy? Why are you staring like that at the witness?
That man. I can't help but feel I've seen him somewhere before.
Should I go through the whole dog and pony dance, or should I already call out what's wrong? Which is that he was shot in the forehead. Were these men talking by any chance?
Now that you mention it, they were, though I cannot claim I heard them clearly. Only fragments such as, "You lied to me." Oh, and "I'm gonna give you a taste of your own medicine, pal."
It's just as our defendant claims. I believe he wished to teach the victim what it felt like to take a bullet in the heart.
If that's true, then this is a vital piece of testimony. Sounds like he heard them clearly enough to me.
Might I be allowed to amend my testimony?
What now?
To be precise, he did not say pal, but man. Yes, that was the way of it. I swear it on my diploma.
Wait, I thought he said he was a student. What's the difference? And this other man, who was he? Yeah, Trucy does not have to be here. She's not adding anything right now. You have to be an attorney in order to be co-counsel. She would just be an assistant who's at the table, which is very rare. I don't think I've ever seen a non-client or non-attorney sit at the table. I've seen paralegals shuffle in and out to provide, different documents that the attorney is awaiting, but that's it. Would a judge toss her out? It's not that he would toss her out, but she probably wouldn't be allowed to sit at the table. She could sit in the gallery. Murder trials are generally open to they're public records, so they're open. Anybody can go in and sit in on them. I'm just. Ooh, if that's all of it, I think I have a chance. Is that you relaxing, I see, Herr Justice? Ahem. Objection!
Once is quite enough, Mr. Justice.
Apollo, pace yourself. This trial's not over yet.
Right, look at this. The autopsy report. Is there a problem with the autopsy report? Is it not updated? Right, a problem. Yes, the problem is the location of the entry wound. The location? You testified that the killer shot the victim square in the forehead, did you not? I have already determined your angle of inquiry. Allow me to explain. It is quite simple, really. First, understand that when I say square, I do not mean the geometric. What I mean is this. For example, the deflection of a... Good lord. Wavelength of the light emitted by a kryptonite... What? Kryptonite particle? Mr. Justice. Yes? Was your objection to these, krypton particle things?
This is the big time when you obsess with something so small, you disappoint me.
No, I'm obsessed with something big. I mean, there's a bigger, less nitpicky problem here. Do tell. Just look at the autopsy report. The location of the entry wound was the right temple. Temple? Mr. Stickler, you said quite clearly that the victim was shot square in the forehead. That's a contradiction, isn't it? Is it right? Finally.
Herr Justice, oh, Herr Justice.
Yes?
Your tactics are outdated, trying to shake the witness by objecting to trifles. Surely you haven't forgotten the fatal wound your master suffered 7 years ago. Phoenix Wright, was it?
Look, I know the wound was in the wrong place according to this testimony.
Hey, Herr Forehead.
Forehead?
Let us imagine you are walking through the park. You see the two men facing each other, one with the pistol trained on the other. What would you do, Herr Forehead?
Well, I guess I would try to stop them. I'd probably shout, "Stop!"
And you, Fräulein? Me? Well, I'd probably scream, "Eek!" And you, Herr Stickler? What did you shout, I wonder?
The victim turned his head at the last moment. Oh, yes, thank you for jogging my memory. Sounds like an addendum to the testimony is required. As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action. Cease this at once, you two! I cried with composure. The victim turned in the direction of my voice and a shot rang out. Whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant, appeared to have become frightened. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. Oh yeah, I would have objected to what Gavin did. Getting a witness to in the direction of jogging their memory is not an illegal tactic. When when leading is when your line of questioning is leading them to only one answer, because you are leading or guiding them to that answer, as opposed to leaving it open-ended or more open, at least like even like a yes or no fashion for the defendant. So I'd have to go back and look at it. I'm not sure it was entirely leading. I think it was debatable. I'd have to go back and look at it again. I would probably object to it as leading, yeah. It's just I'm not sure if I would actually prevail on that objection. But if it's a 50-50 thing like that, then you definitely object to it and just see what the judge says. So that's one thing that I've kind of harped on these games about. Apparently in the Japanese system, lying is expected. In the US system, if you lie too often, you impeach yourself, and at that point you're considered discredited, and that without being able to cure your impeachment, which is very difficult to do, you're basically assumed to not be trustworthy. You are not given all that much leeway. Just as an example, one of the first things I was asked to do when I was an intern for Corp Counsel, there was when I first got there, they were involved in like several trials. So they really needed help in like getting some of these little details together for their cases. And so one of the first things that was assigned to me is there was this witness. He wasn't like the person that, I don't even think he was one of the parents in the case. I just think he was a witness.
just a person who had seen something that he was going to be a witness for to the benefits of the respondents in the case. And they had me look up the entirety of his criminal history, because one way that you can impeach somebody in a situation like that is to say how many times have you been charged with a felony? And this guy had been charged with numerous crimes. And something as small as he was off by like 1 would have allowed what it does is missing the 1 part doesn't necessarily discredit him completely, but him being wrong allows for impeachment, which allows the prosecution, in that case, again, that wasn't criminal court, so they're not really the prosecution. It allows them to go into every one of his crimes, which then, once you've done that and you've had that history, all of a sudden any jury that's listening to it's like, oh God, this guy's a scumbag. Would I ever listen to him? Impeachment is bad. You do not want your witness to be impeached. Woo! 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 I see, so you attempted to stop the crime.
Indeed, with composure.
Well, maybe the criminal wouldn't have fired if he hadn't shouted like that.
That doesn't really matter now, unfortunately. Let us consider this new testimony, shall we? Observe the diagram, if you would. The witness, Mr. Stickler, was it? Stood here. He shouted, "Oh, stop, please," or something of this nature. And the victim responded by looking in the witness's direction. The killer were to have fired at just that moment. As we can see, the bullet would have struck the right temple, as in the report. Then I would ask, why did he testify he saw the dude get shot in the forehead? I feel like if his head was turned, he would very obviously not have been shot in the forehead. That does seem to be the case.
Witness the power of a junior in Ivy University's Department of Science.
Oh, he is an undergrad. He's a fucking undergrad. He has no diploma, unless he's talking about his high school diploma. Shouldn't even be wearing that graduate outfit. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may cross-examine the witness. Didn't try to apprehend the criminal?
It all happened so fast, I'm afraid, and the time.
Doesn't something about that strike you as odd, Apollo?
What?
The killer was in a hurry, right? He fired the pistol and tossed it right away.
According to the testimony, that's what happened, yes?
In that case, I'd expect to find something that we didn't find.
Find something? Find what?
I like that contradiction. Kinda sad to see it go.
Not as sad as I feel. What do we do now?
At least the testimony's getting a little clearer.
She's right. Maybe I can find something to use in this new testimony. What? Finding a bullet? Or the bullet casing is she talking about? 2 rounds were fired. Oh my god. Trucy, what are you doing? Magic guns. He said 1 shot rang out, but there are 2 shots that were fired. Now, I'm not sure. Do I challenge this statement where it says a shot rang out? Because he said only 1 shot rang out, or do you challenge this statement, which concludes that the implication here is that no other shots were fired. My gut's telling me it's the other one, but let's try this one just because this is what they were kind of focusing on. Objection! Nope. Game logic. Wait a second.
This tis another misleading request. Yet you're so beholden to your own mode of discourse you can't see how it affects you.
Come again?
Wait a second, you say? A second? Are we intended to wait just that? A single second? 1/60th of a minute? That's hardly enough time to draw a breath, let alone make a statement in court. Now, had you asked for a longer period of time, say 3 minutes, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor? Am I to understand you are objecting to the length of a second? Yes, I mean, no. Here, just look at this. Look at the pistol. It doesn't have a single fingerprint on it. Ah, common ploy made all the more common, I fear, by the prevalence of television. Criminals these days are loath to leave fingerprints.
Oh yeah, it said that the fingerprints are wiped. I didn't even think about that. I think both of those parts of his testimony were problematic. Because if he was in a rush, how would he have been able to wipe his fingerprints after dropping the gun? Yeah. That is stronger, seems to be stronger evidence, at least at first glance, than he shot twice and I only heard one. I heard him shoot once, but the gun says it was shot twice. Wait, but you said the tiller cost the gun is what I was going to say. But you said the killer tossed the gun and ran.
That's right. He didn't have time to wipe the gun for Prince.
Did I just cast Exodia on that dude?
The little girl sticking it to the university student. There's a song in there. I'm not little.
Then let's think like adults, shall we, Fräulein? What if the killer, the defendant, was wearing gloves?
I'd admit, I didn't think of that, Apollo.
Well, Mr. Justice, could the killer have been wearing gloves? No. The record of the murder weapon is very clear about one thing. The fingerprints were wiped, which means some trace of prints remain, which contradicts your testimony. If everything happens as you say it did, he wouldn't have had time to wipe the pistol.
That may be, but it does not change what I saw. The killer, the defendant, he threw down the murderous weapons from his hand and fled. And that this pistol was found at the scene of the crime, strongly suggesting that this was the weapon he disposed of.
That sounds solid to me. Well, Herr Forehead, any of your precious objections?
That does not sound solid at all. Making your logical leap there.
What gives, Apollo? Let's see that voice train and go to work.
You know, I've only recently realized something. No matter how much you train your voice, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to say.
What do you mean, nothing to say? Isn't it obvious from what the witness just said?
Huh? Isn't what obvious?
When he restated what he saw just now, he said he saw Walkie drop a murderous weapon. But that's not the same as being 100% sure of what Walkie threw away.
You're right. Why doesn't Trucy needs to be the attorney. She's better than Apollo.
He's just confused because a pistol was found at the scene. Or Mr. Stickler, it must be hard to be so perfect and yet so wrong.
Well, it can be said that I'm quite offended. Well, it is indeed the truth that seized by the teacher and prisoner, the appellation for by people.
What we can say for certain is that the witness saw the killer throw something. Does the defense have anything to say about this?
Well, if what he threw wasn't a pistol, then it had to be something else.
At least one person on the defense team seems to be thinking. Here, I'll wipe that smile off your pretty face, Gavin. Perhaps you can inform the court as to the nature of this something else. What did the killer throw away before fleeing the scene? Alleged killer, Your Honor. Because if my client threw this away, it does not actually confirm that he was the killer. What the killer would have thrown could have still been something different, but... Is that a sword? I saw one of those on the late night movie last night. Great, a sleep-deprived judge. This knife was found at the scene of the crime with the defendant's prints on it. His prints. This single piece of evidence proves two important things. One, that what the defendant threw down wasn't a pistol. Two, that the defendant wasn't wearing gloves. Now, even though that's the argument I would make too, the counter here is that the fingerprints could have been put on there earlier in the day. Doesn't have to have been right then and there. The prints could have been on even if he was already wearing gloves and then he threw the knife. Indeed. Oh, Herr Forehead, you're forgetting two other things you've just proven. Huh? One, that the man the witness saw was the defendant, Mr. Walkie Kitaki. Two, that the defendant was holding a knife with the intent of harming the victim. Just because he was holding a knife doesn't mean he was intending on harming the victim. That's a logical leap. Not to mention, just because he was holding a knife doesn't mean he actually killed the victim. He actually would have had to have shot him in the temple. Indeed. Never underestimate a Gavin is the lesson here. This court is of the opinion that our witness is fond of making assumptions. In that light, I believe it would behoove us to hear about what really occurred. With less assuming, please. Oh, I see. Is he licking his hand so that he can turn the page? Doesn't even look like he's licking his hand, though. It looks like he knows his lips are moist, so he's touching his
to moisten his hand ever so slightly with his moist lips.
Moist lip.
It is always the same with you people. Mark left the house on floor 5. 5 minutes later, his brother left after him. How long would it take for Mark's brother to catch up to him? Assuming that Mark never had to stop for a traffic light. Assuming! Yes, that's what I said. Assuming. As if that were a probable situation at all. Yet here you are, assuming that my assumption is no better.
What this court assumes is that the witness will testify as to what happened after the shot was fired.
I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene, nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cellular phone to call the police. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else.
Why didn't you chase the killer?
He was, as you say, a killer. Of course I could have run him down, yet what would he have done when cornered? Sadly, this takes more than an aptitude for solving quadratic equations to know that.
Did the testimony earlier not prove the defendant's presence at the scene? Do we not also know that there was no one else there? Seems clear that we have our killer, does it not? Does it not, Mr. Justice? I'd better find a way to take this testimony down quick. Gavin is not very good as a prosecutor so far. He argues in much the same way as Edgeworth without being as convincing as Edgeworth because he tends to be a little more basic with his presentation. Okay, I thought that was a long shot, but I was like, let's just see if I can get this out of the way. Fuck! Okay, now let's actually dig a little deeper into it. Wait, I didn't. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I didn't examine these. Should probably do that real quick. Ooh, hey, what? Don't zoom in! Okay, enough of that. Which way did the killer run?
By that time, it was clear the killer had noticed me. Naturally, he ran in the opposite direction.
That would mean he ran in the opposite direction from the Kitaki mansion. Action? Oh, action? Is that what he's saying? I don't even think about pointing out that he was going away from his home. All he had to do was loop back once he was out of sight. How do you know that's where I was going? You wouldn't be able to interrupt your cross-examination like that. Just saying something like that. There's no objection. There was nothing. He was just... Ugh. You were certainly composed for someone who had just witnessed a killing.
If one is to devote one's life to the pursuit of science, one must never flinch at the sight of a little blood, nor be so moved by a chemical discovery that one drops one's flask from the lab upon the lab room floor.
Ooh, cool answer. Very cool.
So nothing strange about how he acted.
Stare. Lucy looks like she has something to say. Then say it! Don't just sit there and stare at me. Wasn't your first thought to call an ambulance?
It can be said that I have dabbled in medicine. The injury I witnessed, namely a single shot to the head, tends to result in death. Ergo, there was no need for me to call an ambulance. Oh, what perfect syllogism. Is it syllogism? The proof in 3 parts. Exquisite. Simply exquisite.
Actually looks like he's going to cry. There. Can you tell us in detail about these 10 minutes?
I stood in a state of heightened awareness. Anything could happen at any moment. Anyone could appear from any direction.
Is that all?
No one came, nothing happened, nothing at all. I saw it all, which is to say, I saw nothing.
It was late at night. It's not odd to think there would be few people around in the park. We just stood there watching? Not much to go on there. Stare. Trucy, if you got something to say, by all means say it. I can't find a single problem with that testimony. Had enough at last, Herr Forehead? They don't have enough to put Walkie away yet. Should I back off for now? There's nothing fishy about that testimony at all. Appears there are no objection to the witness's current testimony. There are any number of ways to explain the lack of prints on the pistol, I assure you. Perhaps the killer really was wearing gloves which wiped the previous user's prints off. And after the deed was done, this fell out of his pocket as he was throwing the gun away. A mistake befitting of a small-time punk, in my opinion. No! No!
Jesus. Seems we've come to the end of the line here.
Oh, that can't be all. How unfortunate. It seems that you weren't cut out to stand on the same stage as me. Were you here, Forehead?
I believe this brings the cross-examination to a close. This court will now declare a verdict for the defendant, Kitaki.
Eh! Trucy!
Nobody move.
Well, what's the meaning of this? Who are you?
There will be no verdict in this court, not yet.
Wait, are you one of the Kitakis?
The Kitakis? You mean the notorious gangsters?
If you don't want to see me give the pretty little girl a new smile, do as I say. Adjourn the court for 20 minutes.
What? This court will not bow to the pressure from the likes of...
Here, Judge. I see little point in further aggravating this gentleman.
Recess 20 minutes, or I promise you you'll regret it.
Wait! How'd he disappear so fast? Come to the defendant lobby, Apollo!
I suppose I have no choice but to adjourn for a 20-minute recess. Bailiff, catch that mysterious man.
Trucy! Trucy?
You move quick, Apollo. Good show, good show.
Trucy, you're okay. I thought... Don't cry, Apollo. Those good-for-nothing gangsters. There's some things you just don't do. I'm pressing charges. Wait, just calm down, Apollo. Or else...
I don't have to explain why this is absolutely absurd, right? Oh, this is very illegal.
Surprised? This is one of my best tricks, the amazing Mr. Hat.
Naturally started to go into the Mr. Garrison.
This is one of my best tricks, the amazing Mr. Hat.
You look marvelous, darling.
He's a big hit on stage at the Wonder Bar.
Yes, I am. I'm a big hit. Ha ha ha.
Well, what do you think? You like it?
You mean you? Trucy, there are some things you just don't do. I'm pressing charges.
Apollo, now's not the time to be threatening me. It's you who's being threatened here.
Huh?
Remember what you said to Walkie's father yesterday? You promised you'd save his son.
But that testimony was rock solid. What are you suggesting I do?
Look, once the judge declares a verdict, it's all over. Well, except for all those cases with my dad, where there was a verdict declared, but then it was able to be overturned anyways. If I could use my talent to stop that from happening, I will.
Trucy, no more stage abductions, please.
I'm not talking about magic, Apollo. I know when the witness isn't confident. I can perceive what he's feeling. It might not mean anything, but it's all we've got.
You can see what he's feeling?
Think back, Apollo. Think back to the times that there is a contradiction in his testimony. All the times.
All the times there was a contradiction? I think I remember them, sure.
There were 2 times when he made statements he wasn't confident in, and each time there was a contradiction. He said the man tossed aside a pistol, but it turned out he wasn't sure, and sure enough, there was a contradiction.
Well, that's true, but how does that help us?
Didn't you notice anything? Whenever he made a statement he wasn't confident in, he displayed a certain habit.
Oh, yeah. He turned his pages.
Did you see it? The very moment he said the word pistol, his fingers got all tense and he fiddled with the corner of a page in his book.
How am I supposed to see that?
Oh, I could see it. Get good. How else do you think Daddy went 7 years without losing a game of poker?
What?
I always sat next to Daddy during big matches.
That's cheating.
I could see what his opponents were feeling.
That is definitely cheating. You mean that's how Mr. Wright won all those games?
It's not cheating officially. I wasn't looking at their hands or anything.
Yeah. Okay, that's one way to rationalize it.
I wasn't there all the time either. Daddy's quite good at poker after all, but not good enough to go undefeated that long.
Great, so he cheated. But what does that do for us? I don't believe this.
You have to listen to his testimony one more time. No, scratch that. You have to watch his testimony, perceive the truth.
Watch a testimony, perceive the truth? The only thing I'm perceiving is that I'm gonna lose.
Not true. Daddy said so. He said you have the power, Apollo.
Mr. Wright said that? Watch the testimony, perceive his true feelings. Is she serious?
Time's up. Sorry, I can't think of any other way out of this one, Apollo.
What was that she said before the trial started? Well, methods aside, she did avoid one guilty verdict already today. Time to show this court what I'm made of. Get ready for justice. Let's do it.
Apollo!
You know, I'm starting to think I can do this.
I knew you could do it all along. Oh, one more thing. Try to cover for Mr. Hat as best you can. I just flew...
Just wanted to do the Garrison voice.
I just flew in from the coast and boy are my arms tired.
I would just like to make my official stance this. That is possibly the lamest joke you could ever make.
Right. Court is now back in session.
Right, we're fine.
I'd like to say to the young lady standing next to you, Mr. Justice,
Oh, you mean me?
don't you have anything to report? Anything concerning the mysterious phantom in the silk top hat?
Ah, right. Don't worry about him. I settled that.
You settled that?
Yes, it was an out-of-court settlement. Right.
Perhaps Fraulein would have us believe it was nothing more than a passing dream. A fantastic illusion. Now you see it, now you don't. Am I right?
I think he's on to me.
I wish you would stop being so cool and dreamy.
Let us dispense with these niceties and get straight to the matter. What are your plans for our gifted witness?
Right. The defense would like to request another cross-examination because I forgot to ask something.
There was no issue with the witness's previous testimony. I will grant your request, however. But this court will not permit stalling for time. Understood, Your Honor.
Don't forget, Apollo. When he isn't sure about something, he has a habit of fiddling with his book.
I'm not sure I'm qualified to watch testimonies after all.
Focus, Apollo. His weak spot. Find his weak spot.
Focus. If only it were that easy. My ears hear what he says. My eyes see his expressions. Do I have to do something more? What other senses do I have? What's this?
My bracelet. Oh, God. How does he know it's the bracelet? Is it, like, vibrating on his wrist or something? What's going on? My bracelet feels different somehow.
I think Daddy was right. You can see it, can't you, Apollo? You're almost there. Find the weak spot in his testimony.
I know this sounds crazy, but my bracelet is trying to tell me something. Yeah, that does sound crazy. Then again, Phoenix Wright had a necklace that would allow him to break through lie chains. So you called immediately after witnessing the murder? The police undoubtedly have a record of the call. Why not check with them?
Wait, Apollo. This has to be it.
Wait, you mean his habit? The only time he even had the book open was here. Which means this is a place to look for this habit.
That's a very deep tell. I mean, like, not deep tell, but very obvious tell. Like, so telegraphed. Every time I lie, I open my book and start turning pages. Like, dude, what? I don't know how I know, but I know.
Know what?
It's my bracelet. It's different somehow. I can feel it reacting to something about the witness.
Your bracelet?
I'm not sure I get this focus stuff you were talking about, Trucy, but I have a feeling that trusting my bracelet is the way to go. Okay, I just need to touch my bracelet as it reacts to the testimony. What's going on? My mind's eye! I can see the witness's face's expression so clearly. It's filling my mind. I can see nothing else, hear nothing else.
Apollo?
I thought you said you could hear nothing else. Okay, whatever. Trucy, what's happening to me?
This is what I meant by focusing.
Focusing?
In this state, you can see everything, Apollo. Everything the witness does.
That's great, but this is kind of freaking me out. That freaked me out, too.
Just look for Mr. Stickler's twitch, his habit. You remember it, right?
Sure, when he says something he's not sure of, he fiddles at the page of his book.
You got it. Right now, you're looking at the witness's face. And your eyes are sort of bugging out.
I'll bet they are. What if you were looking at him? What would it look like? Did his eyes start glowing like demonic red?
First, move your focus of attention down to Mr. Stickler's hand.
His hand?
You know what to look for now, but you have to be looking at the right place.
She's right. I can only see his face like this. I'm gonna try changing my viewpoint. Oh God. This track is actually really eerie. I like it.
Perfect. Now you're really ready.
Ready for what?
Ready to jig.
I had a flashback to when I was like 9 years old all of a sudden.
Ready to perceive the truth behind the twitch.
Perceive.
Try listening to the witness talk as you focus. Then watch for his habit.
Right. You mean when he fiddles with the page?
That's right. It's your signal to look closer to perceive. Find his weak spot, and I guarantee we'll be able to give him the royal flush.
Spoken like a true pokerhead's daughter.
I'm a magician, thank you very much.
So I have to pay attention to his words and his fingers.
Don't worry if you miss it. You can always try again.
Okay. Right. Look out, nervous twitch. Here comes justice. What am I... Oh, I see. What do I have to press? I don't have to press anything. I see. So when it says ergo, his finger is doing nothing, and when he said I use my cell phone, his finger starts twitching. I see. Wait, do I have to press something? Because they're only gonna let me hear again. Oh, I have to press perceive. I see. I saw it just now. I could see it. Mr. Justice, do you have something to say? Oh, this banging of desks is quite bad for my circulation, you know. Mr. Stickler, allow me to ask you a simple question. Why did you fiddle with the page of your book just now? The very moment you mentioned your cell phone. What are you talking about? I'm curious now about this cell phone of yours. Mind if I ask a few questions? Ask what to ask. Ask first number. Oh. Mr. Stickler, please show me your cell phone. Why? Whatever for? Show me, and you'll find out. Well, I can't. I don't have it, you see. You don't have it. Mr. Stickler, is this your cell phone? Yeah, where did you get that?
That's the phone from yesterday.
How strange, Mr. Stickler. Can you explain why your cell phone is sitting here in my hand at this very moment? Wait a minute, what is the meaning of this? It could mean that you stole it from him. This cell phone was found yesterday in the Maractus Clinic garage. The Maractus? Wow, that's where the victim lived. That's impossible. What is the answer in his book? Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court, didn't you? Your cell phone is here. How could you have called the police? Ah! It's true. I didn't have my cell phone that night. That is why it can be said that I called the police from a public payphone. A payphone, so you didn't call on your cell phone after all. Just where was this payphone located, Mr. Stickler? Oh, to be precise, with a startling high degree of accuracy, it was right around here. That's quite a ways from the park. But why did you lie? There can only be one reason. You didn't want the court to know he had lost his cell phone because it was found in the victim's garage. Oh, what are you saying? Mr. Stickler, you broke into the Maractus Clinic garage on the night of the murder. This cell phone tells all.
This game doesn't know what, this universe doesn't know what discovery is. They tried to bring it up one time, and it like felt super out of place all of a sudden. Yeah, having discovery would actually make these trials a lot easier.
But that's ridiculous. That makes me sound like I snuck into his fellow's garage to commit some crime. As though I would try to kill him. Well, Dr. Maractus was killed that night. Oh, yes, but no! This line of reasoning has to be against the rules. Yes, it's true, I lost my cell phone. But you can't prove that I lost it that night. Well, Mr. Justice, if that cell phone was dropped the night of the murder, it does raise considerable suspicion as to a connection with the crime.
Now's your chance, Apollo. Connect Mr. Stickler to the crime.
Oh, he's already connected enough. I just have to prove it. Well, I have a piece of evidence that can do the job. I don't know. Do I? Should look at this first.
It's not this, is it? Wasn't sure if they were gonna have some weird, like, you snatched her panties.
That's a side view mirror. As it so happens, Dr. Maractus' car was in an accident that took place the night of the murder. An accident? An accident. Just take my word for it. It happened the night of the murder. It happened a little after 9 p.m. just outside People Park, our murder scene. Maractus' car hit a pedestrian. What are you trying to say? From the absence of a mirror, it's clear that the car was parked after the accident, which means it was parked there after 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. Your cell phone had been dropped before the car was parked in that garage, then it would have been crushed. After all, it was lying on the ground right under the wheel. Ergo, Mr. Stickler, vis-a-vis, concordantly, the only time you could have dropped this in that garage was after 9 p.m. the night of the murder in the park. What? Mr. Stickler, you know what this means. You did break into the victim's garage that night. This is most unexpected. Mr. Justice, are you naming the witness as a suspect in the murder of Pal Maractus? No, stop! This is too much! This can't be happening! Prosecutor, say something! I suppose it is worth saying this. No connection has been found between Wesley Sticker and Pal Maractus. That is, other than this. I believe our next testimony will be most revelatory. Is the witness prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I know that face. That's the face of guilt.
Yeah, there's like no, he doesn't have to establish it at all other than this accident happened at 9 p.m. and everybody's just like, oh, really? Okay. It's good to know. That night, yes, I went to the supermarket. I must have dropped my cell phone on my way back. And when I was walking through the park, I happened to witness the crime. I saw the killer, the victim, the stand, all as clear as day. It was him I saw the defendant on the crime scene. Yes, but your cell phone was lying in a garage. Oh yes, well as you can see, my model of cell phone has a defect. It is given to rolling. It's quite a pain when I drop it alongside the road, you know. Looks like a normal cell phone to me. In any case, Mr. Justice, the cross-examination, please. That's funny. My bracelet didn't react at all during that testimony.
His nervous habit must not have been acting up. I didn't sense anything either, actually.
Yeah, because he was nervous that whole fucking time.
Looks like you're on your own this time around.
Right, no problem. I hope. Here comes justice.
Was not expecting that joke tonight. This part of the testimony is key, I know it. Is the key, I know it. Should I press him about the killer, the victim, and the noodle stand? Or the noodle stand? You happen to remember the noodle stand? Quite well, yes. For a student of the sciences, keen observation and healthy curiosity are vital. I remember everything I could read. Everything. I could even read the sign. I believe it said,
Noodle! Yes, that was it.
He would have had to have been on the other side then, which means he would have turned to the right to look, which means he should have been shot then in the left temple.
For remembering something quite well, it sure took you a while to tell us. And thank you for telling us that a noodle stand sells noodles. Very enlightening. Well, Mr. Justice.
What about that sign? Could that be important?
Very important.
The sign on the noodle stand said noodle? It appears the defense has just obtained a vital piece of testimony.
Is this noodle stand's broth really that delicious? I'll have to go sample the wares one of these days. I think that's worth adding to the testimony as well.
Whatever sort of noodles that stand sells, it can't match up to IVU's cafeteria. Some apply to the school merely for a taste of our smart noodles. Wouldn't mind a taste of that myself.
You're absolutely sure the sign read noodle?
Why, just last week my professor offered me this praise. At least you have good eyesight, Stickler, I'll give you that.
He's an idiot.
It read, without a doubt, noodle.
I see.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Is that pity I see in your eyes? I can't take that. Embarrassment.
Let's take a look at our map, shall we? Just take a little look-see at our map. Take a little look-see. So you're claiming that when you saw the sign, it opened up your eyes. Just kidding. Just a little 90s pop humor there. You were standing here, was it? Although it would have been a bit hard to read the sign from this spot.
You think so?
Mr. Stickler, I'd like you to please take another look at the stand and to carefully read what the sign says. See, the sign actually states the name of the stand's owner, Dunes.
That's inconceivable! I'm certain that it was definitely noodle for sure. Positive.
I'm afraid your professor was wrong about that eyesight.
I wouldn't be so quick to jump on that conclusion. The sign he saw changes everything. The witness says the sign said noodle, and he saw it right. What would you say if I told you that there is one spot from which the sign would be read the way Mr. Stickler claims?
What?
Mr. Justice, show us this spot. Wait, where's the... Oh. Is this a tree? Because then it would have had to have been, like, up here. Because, like, if he's here, it's blocked, isn't it? But I guess, even if it was a tree, it doesn't necessarily obscure his vision of, like, from here to seeing the sign. Yeah, I think that's it. Because I think up in the corner is a little too out of the way. The witness was standing here on the opposite side. How do you know that? But when viewed from the south, the sign of the stand reads El Dunes, as we know. However, observe the other side of the stand. Oh, this side says Noodle. Exactly. The name of the sign is split between the front and back signs. Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court. You witnessed the crime from the northern side of the park, not the south.
You got me.
So what? So what? What does it matter if he saw the killing from the north or the south side? It makes no difference at all.
He's right. Travel far enough to the south and you will end up going north. Viewed on a global scale, directions are utterly without meaning.
Actually, maybe he's right. What does it change? It changes everything, Apollo, you fucking moron. Use your goddamn head. Trucy? No need to be so savage. Remember his testimony from before. Though to be honest, I'm a little scared of where this is leading. The killer and the victim are facing each other here. Then at the moment the killer raises the weapon, Mr. Stickler shouts, at which point the victim turns his head to look, and the killer fires his pistol. That's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. Truly a magician. She turned herself into one of those monoliths.
sends to her next form. What the fuck?
No contradictions, right?
Right. But if Mr. Stickler was standing on the north side of the park, that reverses the whole scenario.
Completely. If Mr. Stickler shouts from where he is now, and the victim looks in his direction, the bullet would have to have hit his left temple.
Okay. Why can't I save in more than one spot? I'm worried that overwriting the... Okay, good. I was gonna say, you guys know I don't like the judge, but I don't want to see that happen to him.
In other words, someone standing at point K couldn't shoot the victim in his right temple. It's impossible.
That's right.
So now that we know that Mr. Stickler is standing on the northern side, the wound location takes on an entirely different meaning.
Indeed, you're absolutely correct, Fräulein. What meaning?
The entry wound was on the right side of the victim's head, correct? Well, the right side of the victim's head is north.
North, but that's where the witness Wesley Stickler was standing.
Correct, so if he was standing to the north, the only person here who could have shot the victim in the right temple was Mr. Stickler himself.
Wow, that got hype all of a sudden. Order, order, order. Wow, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. She's flipped this whole case on its head while I was still figuring it out.
Clarify one point for me, if you would, Herr Forehead.
What now? Are you truly accusing this college student of murder? No, I can't say exactly looks innocent, but something still doesn't feel right. I can't just picture him as a real killer. Oh, please, look aside, looks aside. I'm really a nice guy. Oh, my friends say so. Yeah, this right now is truly right, Ace Attorney. Let's hear what the defense has to say. What are you going to do now, Justice? Should I really accuse Mr. Stickler? Based on what they were telling me, my thought is that this is the correct answer. It really doesn't seem like he wants me to accuse him of murder, and it's not obviously no accusation, because then what's the point? I don't think Wesley Stickler is a killer, but he's not innocent either. His unusual silence tells me that much. Mr. Stickler, you seem unusually quiet. Tell us why, now. The word confession isn't in my dictionary. This, Herr Forehead. I'm afraid it falls to you to elucidate Herr Stickler's silence. Mr. Justice, you did say you were accusing the witness just now for a crime other than murder. Your reason? The court's all ears. I know he's guilty of something, but what crime other than murder is there? Many of them. Do I have evidence that shows his involvement in some other crime? Do I? Was he driving the car? That kind of wouldn't make sense. Something tells me this isn't one of those good silences. Something else to say, Mr. Justice. One more chance, but dude, he's the panty thief. He's the fucking panty thief. That's his crime. That's why he's embarrassed. I gotta show truces? Fuck off, game. Either of them should have worked. Especially the one that was found in the trash can of the park. The evidence is this. What is that? Women's underwear?
Hey, those are mine. Smile.
Don't look at me like that! Order, order, order! Mr. Stickler, while I can't say this comes as a shock, it's not what it seems, Pythagoras is... On the night of the murder, just past 9 p.m., a young girl catches a panty snatcher red-handed. Bravely, she gives chase, but the snatcher flees and hides himself in no other place than the Maractus Clinic garage. Aha! Incidentally, these panties were found in the exhaust pipe of the car there. Presumably, he was trying to hide the evidence of his crime. There go. While you may not be a murderer, you are guilty of panty snatching in the first degree. Please hear me out. It's not what it looks like. Order, order, order! Mr. Stickler, you should be ashamed. It's not what it seems. So are we to understand that you were silent not because you were guilty of murder, but because you lacked the courage to admit your theft of this girl's undergarments? Perhaps you are not aware that my school's name was originally written IV. I stands for intelligence, V stands for valiant, see? Your point? I am not done. Now, I'm a major in the science department. And what does science teach if not curiosity? Yes, we of the IVU science department are valiantly curious. No challenge is too daunting, and what greater challenge than mystery? Come on, you're talking about a girl's panties here. No, you do not understand. Mystery is the unknown. The unknown is unacceptable. My friends, when it comes to mysteries, those panties are the promised land. From the moment I first laid eyes on them, I was compelled to investigate for science. A full-sized car tire was only the first mystery those panties revealed. A tire? Yes, I saw her do it. She pulled a tire out of those panties. But that's not all. First, there was the tire, then a stew pot, and a frozen chicken. One mystery after another. It was magic.
Oh, I remember now. He's one of the regulars in the audience at the Wonder Bar.
Why wouldn't you have fucking said that before? Huh?
He's talking about my magic panties trick.
Oh, the one you perform in front of all the old men. Okay, yep.
I just don't understand. A broom from a pair of panties? It mocks the very laws of physics.
A broom and a frozen chicken jersey? Whatever happened to doves and bunny rabbits?
Mr. Stickler, you stole this girl's panties to understand a magic trick? You say panties, but they're so much more than that. For me, they're an object for serious study.
I wonder, there's been a recent rash of panty snatchings in the area. Are they all you?
I'm sorry, but I did it for science. Each time I spared a pair of panties slapping the breeze, maybe this would be the pair that would educate my mystery. Even that night as she chased me through the streets, I wept. Perhaps this is the night that I will seize the truth that lies beneath those panties. Yet all was I for once, the lazy hard pan truth slipped away.
Still, that leaves one thing unexplained. Ah, you refer to our witness's other lie, yes? The witness claimed he saw the crime from the south, but was in fact in the north. Indeed. Would anyone care to explain why he lied about that? Be my guest here, Forehead. Me? Did I not hear you correctly? Did you not say you do not accuse the witness of murder? Why then did the witness lie about his location at the time of the shooting? I have no idea.
Apollo, there's something about the way the diagram is arranged right now. If you think about it, right near where Mr. Stickler is standing, isn't there a
trash can? Well, Mr. Justice, what say you? Do you have any evidence to show why the witness lied about his location? The evidence that shows why he lied is this. What? More panties? How many pennies are you carrying in your pocket here, Forehead? These are the last, honest. These were found in a trash can at the park. Looking at the diagram, we can see that the trash can was right next to where the witness stood. Mr. Stickler, you didn't.
Alas, I'm a failure as a scientist. I can't unravel the mysteries of the universe. I can't even unravel a pair of panties.
So these panties are your handiwork as well?
That night, I had been hounded into the Maractus Clinic garage. Weeping in frustration, I was forced to abandon my prize. Don't you see how I felt?
Why was he wearing the graduate uniform there again? Believe me, I'd rather not.
I hid in the garage for a short while, then, abandoning the panties, I made for home. Before the office where the girl works, I went toward the south entrance. When I saw them hanging there on the clothesline by the giant mansion, a giant pair of panties. Apparently, I didn't know who those bloomers belonged to. Those bloomers belonged to the mob. I had them safe in my pocket, ready to take home, when I stumbled upon a murder of Dr. Maractus. I reported what I had seen, but as I waited for the police to arrive, I got scared. What if they'd searched me? That's when you disposed of the bloomers. Yes, it was a severe blow to the progress of science, but one that had to be borne. A fascinating, if disturbing tale. I believe this brings today's proceedings to a close, and I'm more than pleased to dismiss this witness for the remainder of the trial. One last thing, if I might. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, regardless of where we ended today, some vital points were made, namely that the defendant, Kitaki, was at the scene of the crime, and he was pointing a weapon at the victim. One more thing, Kitaki has a clear motive. Indeed, the defendant Kitaki is still the prime suspect in this case. The only suspect, in fact, assuming there was no one else at the scene of the crime, yet a mystery remains. The location of the woman in the victim's right temple is yet to be explained. The court requests further investigation from both the defense and prosecution. Yeah, baby. No problem. Very well, this brings the trial for the day to a close. Court is adjourned.
No, actually, the judge has been a pleasant surprise. Much, much better than in the prior games. Somebody suggested that in this 7-year time gap, he took all my criticism to heart. Who's my favorite character so far? I mean, Phoenix. Phoenix is way better as a non-attorney than he ever was as an attorney. He is triple S tier now. Trucy would be second. I do like Apollo, but I think I find Trucy a little bit more entertaining. So this layout we changed because it's from what you guys told me. Apollo Justice is 480, so we went with one of my basic layouts that I normally have for 4.3. I was also a little depressed today when I looked in the mirror. I realized that I had this little patch that's starting to develop of gray. And I was like, no, not like this. I've never had a problem with like the stray, here and there. That's okay. But I always thought once I get a patch going, then it's going to become I'm going to become a bit more self-conscious about it. What's very interesting, something that you actually learn, it's not something you officially learn in law school, but you'll hear people say this, and professors and stuff like that, is if you're an attorney and you're starting to turn gray, leave that shit be, because the grayer your hair, the more money you're going to make, because the more naturally confident people are going to be in your ability, because it exudes experience. It doesn't exude experience, let me tell you that. It exudes stress. So I guess if you correlate experience with stress, then yes, it's likely that somebody with gray hair has a lot of experience, but that's not always the case. So don't get fooled. Just because somebody's graying doesn't necessarily mean that they're super competent. What a train wreck that was. I'm glad we made it out of that trial alive.
Really? I had fun. And Waki made it through the day too.
Everyone was too obsessed with panties to bother with the real case.
But it was good publicity. Imagine the crowd at my show tonight.
Oh god.
You should come, Polly.
Yeah. I already forgot about that.
The amazing Mr. Hat will be making an appearance. Ah, folks, I'll be there. I'll be here all week.
Wait, didn't I do it like a different way before that actually made it make more sense? Because it was like Trucy doing the ventriloquism? Hi, folks, I'll be here all week. That's about enough of him.
Hello? Ah, Miss Yala. Thank you for today. The trial went well.
Oh, right, no problem.
Do you think Waki will be okay?
Well, he's not guilty yet.
Please, you have to help him. We're supposed to get married next month.
Oh, congratulations, I guess. I guess. Hey, jeez. You say that with a straight face.
Way to put the pressure on a guy.
Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
I've not been asked who I think the culprit is. I don't know. She's a prime witness to me because I could see this being one of those situations where, like, she decides she doesn't want to marry him. And so instead of just telling him that, sets him up to be put in jail. And then she won't be as obligated to do it. Problem with that plan is that the family might still be like, oh, but you're still gonna marry him, right? Just because he's in jail and murdered somebody doesn't mean you shouldn't still marry the guy. Are you sure about marrying into the Kitaki family?
I'm fine with it. I love Waki with all my heart. Oh, that's so sweet.
So it doesn't bother you that you'll be, married to the mob?
I don't think so. My parents are against it, of course, but fuck them. Say, where did you and Waki first meet anyway?
Good question. This Tiala doesn't look like the type to have gangster connections.
Oh, we met at my old job, actually. Ah, office romance.
Not very forthcoming with information about herself, is she?
Yeah, she's like, I'll help you with anything you want.
Well, we could use this information.
Ellipsis. He kidnapped me and I just knew he was the one for me.
Yeah, right.
Did you know that the boss is trying to get out of the business?
Really?
Mr. Kitaki wants to quit being a gangster? He's trying to transfer his assets into a normal company. He only announced it recently out of the blue.
Okay, so he's getting out of the business in order to become a money launderer. Gotcha. Much better.
I hear there's quite a lot of confusion in the ranks.
I wonder if this explains that apron? Can't imagine Waki going along with that.
He's highly motivated, isn't he?
That's not the word I would have used.
He said, I'll be the next big boss and keep the family alive. I think he's at that age when boys want to make a mark on the world.
Aren't you at that age too? That's not the way I would have put it.
His father moves in a lot of circles. He's really focused on profits. The Kitaki family's been making a killing recently.
Again, not the way I would have put it. Making a killing! Urgh!
Waki says it's not about the money. They have the gangster tradition to uphold. Oh, get a generation gap. You even got the classic what about the family business thing going on.
Usually it's the father worried about the tradition. Can I ask you a question about Waki? I understand he was operated on by the victim, Dr. Maractus.
Apparently, yes.
Wonder if he gave Waki those whiskers without him realizing it either.
Yes, it sounded horrible. Waki has always been fond of fighting, I'm afraid.
I'm not sure it qualifies as fighting when pistols are involved.
Mr. Gavin was saying his life might be in danger, wasn't he? No, that can't be right. I'm sure he was just trying to scare us. It's scary to think that a surgeon might make a mistake, but it's even scarier when he tries to hide it.
I'd like to know a little more about this operation. Maybe it's time to pay the Maractus Clinic a visit.
I should be getting home now. Waki's in your hands, Mr. Justice.
Right. Well, leave it to me.
Apollo, I think you're only making her more nervous.
Sorry, I'm new at this, okay? Oh yeah, that's really gonna calm her nerves by telling her how inexperienced you are. Apparently it did. Apparently it did.
It's alright, I believe you. I believe in you.
We want to... No, that's not where I want to go. Where's the... Oh, I think we need to go to here first, right? Next door. Yeah, here we go. Wait. Thought he said he wants to go to Maractus's clinic. Oh.
Looks like Waki's out for questioning.
I really need to talk to him. I guess we'll come back later. Yeah, excuse me. Yes? The other suspect is all through questioning, sir.
The other? Ah, you mean the panty snatcher?
Wesley Stickler. So they arrested him too? Alright, let's have a little chat with Mr. Stickler. I hope I don't regret this.
He is a valuable witness.
He is a bit precious. I'll give him that.
Please keep this brief if you want. I'm quite busy. I need to finish this. Oh, it's you!
Mr. Stickler, we'd like to have a few words with you. Man, that's impressive how he can do that with infinite pages.
Very well, as long as they're few.
Nothing would make me happier, believe me. Mr. Stickler, on the night of the murder, you stole...
Wait, I can't help but feel that I'm being misunderstood.
How exactly?
Yes, that night I obtained a pair of panties, it's true. However, it was my burning curiosity that drove me to do it, nothing more.
You wanted to know the trick to my panties, right?
You're here too?
I did not see her.
Oh, great Trucy, teach me.
Huh?
I must know the secret of your panties. My very existence hangs in the balance. Please make me your apprentice.
Apollo, help! Bad touch.
I don't know, I think he'd make a great, lovely assistant.
Don't say that, Apollo.
Yeah, that's not the time to be joking about that, dude. Could you relate what you saw the night of the murder to us one more time?
Why not? Though it hardly differs from the testimony I gave in court. The defendant was in the part that night, and of this I'm quite certain. He was pointing a pistol, or something like that, at the victim. That's when I shouted, "Stop, you two, let's resolve this like gentlemen." And the next moment a shot was fired.
This is all true? Really?
My panties are gone, my innermost heart revealed. What further reason could I possibly have to lie?
I can't think of anything he'd want to hide more than panty snatching, true.
Sounds like Walkie was at the scene of the crime after all.
I wish it weren't so. So 4 games in, you've long accepted that these games aren't realistic with law. What do you think of Phoenix Wright as law-based entertainment? It is the very best when it comes to law-based entertainment, because when law-based entertainment tries to be real but then keeps the entertainment tries to be too serious but keep the entertainment aspect, that's when it gets really annoying, because it takes itself too seriously yet is still constantly wrong about how things are done. And that is infuriating. If something's over the top and it knows that it's over the top, the inconsistencies are much more forgivable. I don't know if people like the medical field who watch like medical shows feel the same way, but I feel like the more shows try to be realistic while being a show, the worse they are. But a lot of it, Taylor, still like a lot of the foundational aspects are still wrong. 3 days, 3-day trials. Your trials start immediately after. Like those are huge. Like that's not how it works. That's a huge part of what happens in these games. Even if like 60% of the game is incorrect, the 40% is really stretched for the sake of entertainment, just for the sake of like the narrative of the game. Because if this game wouldn't be as interesting if you're like, all right, the trial will be, this is your arraignment hearing. How do you plead? Not guilty. All right, the trial will be set for 3 months from now. And we're just like, okay, we're gonna play what, every day for 3 months? And a lot of people, and I get it, a lot of people like those shows, which is fine. Just from my perspective, it's like doctors and nurses that watch medical shows, they get really annoyed by a lot of the shit that they see. When lawyers watch stuff like Law and Order and shit, Suits and shit like that, and How to Get Away with Murder, by the way, the worst show when it comes to like, this is what, no, God, no. That show gave me a headache. But we see that stuff and we just have a different take on it because we deal with it on an everyday basis, you know. Skills of the doctors aren't real. That makes sense. So it's like, but then isn't like Trauma Center a lot better because at least the game is like, yeah, there's some mystical shit going on here. Oh, I think Trauma Center's hilarious, but I don't know how I'd feel about it if I were a doctor or medical student or nurse or whatever. Best lawyer show? I will tell you my favorite lawyer movie, and that would be Liar Liar. It's my favorite. It's fucking insane. Like, it's dumb, right? And so you're not supposed to take anything about what happens in it seriously. My Cousin Vinny's actually probably the best, like objectively best lawyer movie I've seen, but I enjoy Liar Liar more just because it's so fucking silly. There you go. Phoenix Wright, best lawyer show. That's weird. I feel like we didn't get a clear, like, direction after that. It just kind of ended. That was weird.
Hey, it's Mr. Eldoon. Oh, Mr. Eldoon.
Huh.
What's wrong?
So, you found my stand. That's why I'm here, to thank you.
Ah,
But now it's a crime scene and they won't let me have it back. That's also why I'm here. I got no other place to go.
What? Except this is your house. If you want to call it a house. Shack, perhaps more like. It is a dwelling. So we'll just call it a dwelling. It's, no more, no less. Ah, I see.
How can a noodle stand be a crime scene? That's what I don't get. Trucy doll. Even in death, he's after my neck, I'll tell you. Blah. Can't even cook an honest noodle.
He?
even in death. You mean the victim, Dr. Maractus?
I tell you, it's enough to drive a man and make his soup even saltier.
Remind me never to eat his noodles when he's in a bad mood.
That stand for generations has served up the very best noodles us Eldoons can make. Tradition of noodles and salty broth. It's more than a stand, it's history, I tell you.
Watch what you say or it might become true.
That's a great story, Mr. Eldoon. A single stand passed down from generation to generation.
Of course, to be honest, I didn't plan on doing it.
That's right, you said something about that. About you rebelling against your pops, was it?
Good memory, Trucy doll. Aye, I was a go-getter back in my day. Till my friend next door butted in. In the end, I was left with nothing but this dusty old stand to earn my fortune.
Mr. Eldoon, I don't mean to pry, but what exactly did you do before you became a chef?
Bah, that old noodle's lie, that's what I say.
Starting to get an idea of what he did anyway.
He stole my dreams and left me with nothing but noodles. And now I don't even have that.
Mr. Eldoon, if I might ask, what exactly happened between you and the Maractus Clinic? I couldn't help but sense enmity there.
Enmity? I hate him. Hated. Him acting like he smells like roses when he's rolling in mud.
Excuse me?
He's our doctor at that clinic, you know. Pretty impressive, eh? I'll tell you the secret to his success. Something. I didn't see what that was.
You mean the Kitaki family?
They're always having one of them turf wars or whatnot. Always an injury or two that needs fixing. Maractus saw a chance for some business, so he started giving the Kitaki family a good deal.
A deal?
Every 5th operation for free. He stole the idea from my pops. 1 free bowl of noodles a week, he used to say.
Can a doctor just decide to do that? What about the insurance companies?
Oh, no doubt it's illegal, but it got him in good with the family. Pretty soon he was getting all the business in town, leaving me here in the dark, up to my neck in soupy noodles.
I think I figured out Mr. Eldoon's former occupation.
Can't hurt to ask, Apollo.
Mr. Eldoon, or should I say, Dr. Eldoon.
Figured it out, did you?
Well, yeah, you didn't make it exactly subtle.
That's right, I was a doctor, a surgeon, until the year before last.
So Mr. Maractus was your rival?
You like those onions they put in the soup broth?
Yeah, kinda.
You take a spoon, you drink some broth, those onions will find their way in there. For people who like them, well, that's just fine. For people who hate them, I hate onions, hate them. Always sneaking in from the side, getting, oh God, I thought he was gonna go somewhere else with that. Always sneaking in from the side, getting in the way of a good tasting spoonful. Oh, that's what he was, an onion. Onion boy, that's what I call him.
So you weren't exactly friends.
Ha, me and Pal Maractus. Ever since preschool, we were getting each other's faces. No matter what I did, sure enough, he'd come following along. Then he'd do it better than me, just blow right past without so much as a howdy.
I see.
That's right, I was a surgeon long before he was, you know. Then that no good onion boy comes along.
Well, Trucy, looks like we found ourselves a new suspect.
Don't say that.
Thanks to him, I was forced to trade in my scalpel for a ladle. Sorry, pal. Didn't mean to weigh you down with an old man's ramblings.
No, it's fine. I still think you're a killer, though, possibly.
By way of apology, you even get yourself in a spot of trouble, you drop by.
Huh?
You're investigating Miraculous, aren't you?
Yes?
Well, you want to know about a doctor, you ask a doctor. That's all I'm saying. You just think of me if you need something, Trucy doll.
Right, thanks, Mr. Aldoon.
I guess the time spent listening to him complain wasn't entirely wasted. Yep, she's back.
Hey, you two over here.
Us?
Yo, Little Plum, what's up?
I think all this gangsterese is a negative influence on Trucy.
How'd you retrieve my bloomers?
Well, it was just
Ah, man speaks clearly and takes credit where it's due. You caught the thief, didn't you?
Yes, sorry, I caught him.
You're cute when you're nervous, Polly.
I'll deal with you later.
But enough about bloomers. What about my son, Walkie?
Walkie? Well, he's,
Clearly.
Yes, ma'am. This is why I was kind of hoping we could avoid coming back here.
He's really everything you'd expect in a boss's son. I'm going to be a gangster, dude. Life does have an appeal for that age, particularly for boys.
What? Don't look at me like that.
He was shot in a turf war about half a year ago.
Yes, we heard the story from Walkie.
But he didn't tell you the whole story. You know, even if he had a pistol then, he couldn't have shot anyone. What? He acts like he's hard, but he couldn't shoot someone to save his life. I should know, I'm his mom.
Her words do have a certain weight to them.
Hopefully when this is all taken care of, he and the boss can sort out their differences.
Did she call her husband the boss? Oh my god, that's so douchey of him. Tell my wife, like, you can call me the boss.
The boss? You mean Walkie's father?
They didn't seem to be on the best terms, did they?
It's true. One of our pistols is missing. The murder weapon was from this mansion.
We kind of figured, given the difficulty of obtaining a gun these days.
None of the rank and file have access. Only the boss, myself, and Walkie could have taken it.
I see.
I'm sure the cops will continue tromping all over the mansion because of this case. Maybe this is a sign that it's time for a change.
Well, that ended abruptly. She doesn't seem too concerned, at least. Because she's dealt with police before.
Yeah, Walkie's fiancée.
You're getting married next month, correct?
I suppose. She's been staying over lately. You don't look too happy about that, Little Plum. How'd you guess?
Even I could tell that. Could you tell us more about her?
Walkie brought her home one day. Says he wants to tie the knot. I can see why. She's so pretty. Oh, she's pretty enough, but, you know. Nah, it's probably just me being suspicious. Stay in this business too long. You start only seeing darkness in people. You get a nose for it. A nose for people, a nose for trouble.
I wonder what the problem is.
It's like a gangster-only version of female intuition. The boss may act tough, but that boy means the world to him.
But Walkie seems, well, seems like he's against his father's position.
It's to be expected. We're in a bit of a transition now. Trying to cut our ties to the shadier side of the street and do more of an up and up. Walkie isn't too enthusiastic about the change, it's true. Why the change? Is the gangster thing just not paying the bills?
it pays. But we need a lot of money right now. Clean money, that is.
I see. Something must be up.
He'll see things the way the boss sees them someday.
We give these to her? Nope.
Oh,
Hey, about these. Hey, my bloomers, thanks for that. I owe you one.
I thought you might like them back, so.
Oh, no. Why don't you keep them as a souvenir?
I insist that you take these. And please don't laugh about it. Oh no, I couldn't. Really? Thanks for the offer, but
I could use those in my magic panties act. I'll pull shivs and pieces and godfathers out of them.
great. Now your props are going from bland to dangerous. Big yikes. So this pistol belongs to the Kitaki family, is that correct?
It's one of the pieces we keep around. That is, we used to keep around. They're all gone now.
Oh?
Police came yesterday and took everything. Everything but my broom.
Don't you think you should have given them that too?
I don't think it's illegal to own blades.
You kid can't clean up very well without a broom.
I'll say that one thing I don't like about this game so far, or I'll just say that the game does not do it very well compared to the other games, is that we've questioned a few people in the course of our investigation. The first part of this case is fine, but very recently, we've been talking to these people, and then there's no real clear indication on where the game wants us to go. It's not as intuitive based on the conversations that you have as the prior games are. Narratively, those games do a better job of like, we're gonna go here. Like, oh, I think, you know, there's clues as to, you know what, this might be a good, we should probably go back to the detention center or whatever. I was hoping to meet with my client. Lucky Kitaki just finished questioning. I'll bring him out.
Great, finally.
Yo, what's up, my little imposter?
Hey, what'd you call me?
Dazam, it's you? Sorry, G, thought you were a leader.
That's right. That's right.
My little imposter sure is a strange nickname.
It's a clink thing, you wouldn't understand. Did I say imposter? I mean poster, like poster girl, aight?
If you're going to drop part of it, why not drop the imposter and just call her girl?
Cause she's so much more than that, G. She's like an angel, a fallen angel. So what can I do you for?
You don't look so chipper today, Waki.
Worried about your heart condition, maybe?
Man, I ain't trying to hear that. A man fights to protect what's valuable to him, you know what I'm saying? I miss my fallen angel. Hey, you go get a leader for me. You're my lawyer, aren't you?
Lawyer, not gopher. So I hear you're going to be married next month.
Straight up, we poured the nuptial 40 out of this
Stupid. Oh my god. The nuptial 40. Oh, that's actually pretty funny. That's so incredibly stupid that it's actually pretty funny.
Alita, oh Snapple.
It's not a real word. They're talking about a 40 ounce of malt liquor. Normally you pour a 40 out for your homies that have perished. I didn't know you did it for marriage too. All right, let me regather myself here and actually read this line.
Alita, oh Snapple cake, she's so fine.
I've called a girl fine before, so I can't fault them for that. Some girls do be fine. I think he's smitten with her in his own weird way. Yeah, I mean, that's obvious.
I was wondering, how'd you two meet? I asked Tiala, but she was very vague.
Huh? Well, man, she wouldn't tell you. I best hold my tongue, you feel me?
What?
Man, what's past is past, she knows that. When I'm with Alita, I feel like there's things worth protecting out there, you feel me? And my Alita, she's down with that all the way.
I'm surprised he didn't just go full out,
He's down to clown. So both of them are mum about their past.
Do you think you could tell us what happened with you and Pal Maractus?
It's something you should know. We Kitakis are having what you might call a feud with the Rivales family. A rival. I think I said I'd pronounce it rivals. So about 6 months back, I go into ride with Turk packing a knife, right?
And you were shot?
Coldest thing I ever seen. One shot to the heart, but my homies weren't too late. It's a miracle that I lived. It's already considered one of the 7 wonders of the Kitaki family, you know that?
So you were taken to the Maractus clinic then?
Should have seen their faces when they wheeled me in. Can't just let the boss's son die, you know?
I'd hate to have been in that doctor's shoes. Mr. Kitaki's scary enough when he's not angry.
But the bullet that hit you, it was never removed?
And it's still threatening his life.
Yeah, doctor, he did it on purpose. Rivals paid him off, I'm sure of it.
I need to hear more about the night of the murder. That much is clear.
Life in the family is a G thing. It's about being a man. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry, I'm not up on my G things. I'm not even sure what a G thing is.
My old man, he's gone soft. He says your rival gang days are over. He just wants to make money.
Isn't that a good thing?
Man, there ain't no soul in making money. Better live fast and die young for shizzle.
Okay, so many things wrong about his general point, not just the fashizzle. But part of why organized crime happens as it does is to make money. How do you not understand that very basic concept? All the killing and brutality means nothing if you don't make money, because you will be homeless. They don't want anyone around the crime scene until after it's been. So when everything is concluded and you're in trial, you could go look at the crime scene. You could take a jury, in fact, to go look at a crime scene, so that there are situations where it's like, I think the jury might get a better idea of what happened if they actually see it personally. That doesn't happen all the time. Some judges won't let that happen, but some judges do. And that's really the first time you're ever going to see it. They do not let you on crime scenes like that, because they're very worried about it being tampered in any sort of way. Like a lot of this this investigation stuff that you get here, you're just not gonna do as a criminal defense attorney, because that's just not how it works here. Like this stuff, questioning your client and stuff, that's obviously something you're gonna do. But a lot of the stuff that Phoenix did in the first 3 games, you won't see a normal attorney do. Normal U.S. attorney.
Wait till I run the yard, then everyone will know what time it is. That's right, OG time all the time, represent.
Hala, why does he keep talking about old guys?
I don't think that's what OG means, Trucy. About these weapons, the pistol and the knife.
They belong to the family, snuck them out that night.
So the killer, Mr. Stickler, says he saw what he says he saw that night was,
I guess it was me. I guess I was there after all. Smile. Smilers.
God, we're finished.
Yo, Walkie, do you think you could tell us exactly what happened that night?
You don't beat around the bush, do you? I like your style, shawty.
Actually, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you for a while now. That is, did you do it? Did you shoot him?
I don't know.
Uh-huh?
Day of that checkup, when I found out about the bullet by my heart, I borrowed a gun from the family stash. Figured I'd give that doctor a taste of his own bad medicine.
Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going.
But you were carrying a knife, weren't you?
Oh, that? Yeah, well, never can be too careful, I could say. So I'm on my way to the clinic, right? When I run into him in the park, and he's dragging this noodle stand behind him.
Wait, you didn't put him up to that? Like, you know, in the movies? You vow your life, you'll bring the stand.
Shawty, you're more whacked than I am, and that's saying something.
That is saying something.
But I was serious.
I mean, if you're gonna go full, like, dumb-ass slang, spell shoddy the way it's supposed to be spelled. A-W, not O-R.
Thing is, I don't remember what happened next door too well. You don't remember? Well, I was drunk as fuck. You say, oh, actually, the way I see it, there wasn't anyone else there that night. And I guess it probably was me who did them in, you know what I'm saying?
You generally have to realize that you shot a gun, right? Phoenix isn't at the clinic. I wanted to do this earlier in the day.
Well, we gotta check out this clinic, that's for sure.
Yeah, but what about the guard?
No harm in asking. Excuse me.
Hey, it's you two from yesterday.
Oh wait, no, that's probably Eddie.
It's the same officer that was standing up by the park yesterday. Fuck! Your business is over in the park, isn't it? The clinic's off limits. It's not involved.
But...
What part of off limits do you not understand? Show me proof that the clinic is connected to the incident in the park, or beat it.
No harm in asking, no gain either. No point in sticking around here, I guess. Alright, so we gotta show proof, huh? Okay.
He is 46 years old?
Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, sir. My humblest apologies. I thought you were like 75. Yeah, I will definitely lay off the sodium. That is unfortunate.
Look at the crowd over by the park.
Probably people trying to get a glimpse of the crime scene.
But why are those girls screaming? I think I just heard one say, "Oh my god, it's him!"
Wait, that motorcycle. Oh god.
If it isn't her forehead. Prosecutor Gavin. Some fans found me on my way out. Just my luck. Oh my god, he's so cool! Thus the screams. New album just came out, you know? Try waving to them, they love it. Oh, he's so cute! They're so excited. Doesn't matter who waves to them, see? They're idiots.
This is surreal.
So you were here investigating?
That is pretty badass, though. Dude is a lawyer and a rock star. He's an attorney and a rock star. That's even a bigger deal.
I was on my way home when my hog gave up the ghost.
Your hog?
My motorcycle won't start. Dogged exhaust pipe.
Too bad. Looks like such a nice bike, too. Hard to believe that it could break just from that.
It's my fault. I think I was using the wrong oil. Cars, motorbikes, they're all the same. Clog the exhaust and they won't run. Ah, machines. Tell me you share my angst there, forehead.
I ride a bicycle, actually.
In any event, I'm off to the shop to get it fixed. The detective in charge of the scene is informed of me in any case.
The detective? You mean the one in the lab coat?
Ja, she's in a foul mood too. Be gentle. Off Verdischen, baby.
Auf Wiedersehen. Oh, I'm such an idiot.
Auf Wiedersehen, baby.
Oh my god, there he goes!
And the forecast for the park today, gloomy skies. Haha, I see what you did there.
Oh, nothing to do but head on in. Let's hit the park, Apollo.
Just gonna walk right past this yellow tape here. Huh? Does something about this scene look different to you? Yeah, there's no tarp.
The blue tarps are gone. Maybe that's it?
Yeah, I think you're right. Look over there.
The white frock detective from yesterday. She seems to be apologizing reverently to the trash can.
She's under a lot of stress. The investigation's probably not going so well. Hey, you there! If you're going to talk about someone behind their back, do it more quietly, please. Oh, Detective Sky, hello.
You seem as gloomy as ever.
Just so weird because that's so the opposite of Emma, or like her personality normally. The weight of the world destroyed her, like it does many people.
This is miserable. I just got a new kit and I can't get the stuff to work. And everyone's all smiles for that glimmerous flop. Glimmerous? Does she mean Prosecutor Gavin?
More to the point, doesn't she mean glamorous?
When he walks, his shiny chains catch the sun and glimmer in my eyes. It's distracting.
Speaking of distracting,
I guess I just have to accept the fact that I lack talent.
gulp. Sounds like she's trying out some sort of new forensics technique. Detective Sky, you know Mr. Wright, correct?
How do you know my daddy? I want details.
Well, he helped me out a long time ago. Might say he saved me. Isn't he saying something about getting involved in an incident? I can't stand it when things are vague, especially in a case. I went to study to become a forensic scientist in Europe. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, but you're a detective now. Well, I failed the test. But, you know, rank and title don't matter. What matters is what's inside your heart.
I've always thought that too.
And my heart is full of science. That's why I bought this kit through mail order. Oh God, that can't be good. Never. Well, I say that I would never buy anything through mail order. I get everything through mail order. Now what the fuck am I talking about? Amazon this and Amazon that. But I'm talking more like infomercial stuff. And I'm gonna test it here before the forensic team arrives. Are you sure that's okay? No, it's definitely not okay. But whatever, I'm not gonna stop her. I won't lie, I'm not fond of the man. Those glamorous types always rub me the wrong way. Glamorous, right. A prosecutor should be cool of wit and furrowed of brow. Less glamorous and more simmerous, you know? No, actually I don't. Well, what happened 7 years ago. Prosecutor Gavin was the one who stripped Mr. Wright of his attorney's badge. What? Really? He was the one? You mean you didn't know? I thought you were one of his boys. I'm neither a boy nor one of his, but let's see what she has to say. What exactly happened 7 years ago? I never actually heard the details. Then investigate. It's better you learned it for yourself anyway. Do you mind me asking exactly what it is you've been doing? Squatting down on the ground like that? Oh, you want to know? Do you? Do you? Well, I splurged on a new toy. You splurged? You mean it wasn't police issued?
What is it? I see a roller and glue.
This is a footprints analysis kit. Footprint? It was writing on the night of the murder, which means that footprints were left.
Oh, does that have anything to do with those blue tarps?
Right. The ground was muddy, so I had to protect it as it was that night. Ever wanted to know exactly where someone was standing? Like your penny snatching student witness, for instance?
Ah, so with that kit.
Right. What? Want to try this stuff out?
Huh?
Are you sure? I mean, we're sort of on the opposing teams and all. Oh, pshaw. You're friends. And to tell the truth, I'm not so good at doing this. I guess I'm a little clumsy. I could use your help.
Oh, I'm good at stuff like this. I used to make magic bunnies out of paper mache.
Footprint analysis, huh? Well, should give it a go. Hell yeah. Okay, I'll give it a go. That's the spirit. Right, allow me to explain. One moment.
He's reading the instructions for a kit.
Why does this not fill me with confidence? First, we have to pick the footprint, or in this case, since the print we want to analyze. I've taken the liberty of marking all the shoe prints on the park. Well, which shoe print should we start with? We're going to verify the defendant's account. Here's the place to start. Shoe prints prepared to be examined.
Oh, this is so exciting.
Right, here goes. First, pour the plaster onto the print until it's full. You try it. How am I supposed to do that? Just touch the screen where you... How am I supposed to pour this? You gotta touch the touch screen, you idiot. The fuck? Just put that in like green text in the parentheses. Don't make it a part of dialogue. It's so stupid that way. Just touch the screen where you gotta pour the plaster, dumbass. Like this. Press. That doesn't look too hard. If you run out of plaster in your beaker before you're done, you have to start over. Press. Oh dear.
I see. So that's the puzzle of it.
Not bad. You're handier with that than you look.
What's that supposed to mean?
I mean, wear a suit jacket, you fucking pleb. On to the next. Dry the plaster until it turns white. Right? It is white. Just touch to direct the dryer.
Oh, okay, it's like a super light gray.
There, give it a shot.
I swear it wasn't that color when we filled it.
Looks like it's hardened nicely. That's what she said. Let's take a look.
I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. I'm so dumb.
Yes, that's a good one. Next, the ink. Ready for the next step? Use the roller to ink just the shoe part. Okay. Hold onto that roller tight now and roll it up and down.
See, they can explain it without making it seem like meta.
Keep going till you get enough ink on there for a good print. You see, you hold it. Yeah, there you go. Right, now the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's take our print. Ready? Here goes. Let's see if we get a match. Bottom left, that'd be his. Oh, compare. So the shoe prints belong to Walkie Kitaki after all. Ah, thanks for getting me all the evidence I need, you fucking idiot.
He keeps helping her. But no, this might actually show that he wasn't the killer based on his positioning.
He was in the park on the night of the crime. Oh, I can almost see the science at work. Don't you love it? Nothing feels better than taking advantage of an idiot defense attorney.
She's definitely way more into this than I am.
Just let me know if you want to do some more. I'll be here solving the case with science.
Well, that certainly brightened her mood. How do I do more? Detective Sky, mind if we give it another go?
Right on. Leave no print unanalyzed, I say. And pick which print you want to analyze.
This is probably what's his fuck, the college student. Oh, okay.
Okay, looking good. I mean, except for that one spot that you missed, but I won't mention that at all. Next, to dry the plaster. Okay, let's take out the mold.
Yes.
Yes, that's a good one. Next to ink.
Oh, yeah.
Right, now what you've been waiting for. Let's take our print. Ready? Here goes. Let's see if we get a match.
That's a dress shoe print, all right. So these shoe prints belong to Wesley Stickler. This confirms his testimony, the final version of it at least.
Now we know where the penny snatcher was standing. Damn penny snatcher.
I love her outfit, by the way. It's so quirky. Detective Sky, mind if we give it another shot?
I believe you're beginning to appreciate the wonder that is forensic science. I'm gonna pick which print you want to analyze. Perhaps the only other print we haven't analyzed? That could be.
Perfect.
Okay, looking good. Next to dry the plaster. Okay, let's take out the mold. Yes, that's a good one. Next to ink. Right, now the moment you've been waiting for. I'm saying the same thing every time. I'm just gonna stop saying it. Huh? That's a funny shoe print. Is that even a shoe? This is strange. So smooth. Except for the part with the leaf. I can say without even looking that this print doesn't match any print on our list. A mystery print. This print is far too smooth to be from a regular shoe. It is a shoe print of some kind though, that's certain.
Yeah, it's not a bare foot unless that bare foot didn't have any toes.
Still, you have to wonder what it's doing here. It's right next to Eldon's noodle stand. Does make one wonder. Hey, you.
Yes?
Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? You wouldn't happen to have something in mind? Something that might have left this mystery shoe print?
Mystery shoe print does remind me of something. I have it? Pretty sure I've seen something that would leave a print like that. I think I have our culprit right here. I don't think I have this yet. Is there a place where we had to bring two things with us? That was... Oh, what was that? Yeah, he only let us take one of two things. What the hell was that? That back at the park? I'm thinking about this trash can, but maybe that wasn't it. Was it the trash can at the front of the park? I can't remember where we had the... Oh, okay, this was it. There we go. Look at the paint on these. That means these must have ended up in here after Mr. Wright's accident.
Maybe they're connected? Let's pick them up.
Should check these real quick. Oh, yep. Get that. So they were out in front. They stepped on a leaf. What's this weird shape? It looks like a leaf. I only was left. Leaf was removed. I got paint on my hand.
Oh, I saw you tried to wipe your hand on my cape.
Yeah, kind of a douche move there. Well, I think it's these slippers, actually.
Slippers? What would slippers be doing out here?
But look at the bottom, see?
It's covered with paint, except for... See, right here? Hey, that spot is shaped like a leaf.
What if a leaf was stuck on the bottom and came off when the slippers stepped on the paint? Makes sense, doesn't it?
Wait, something's written on them.
The Maractus Clinic. Exactly, the victim's clinic.
Wait, that means that someone from the clinic was involved?
Why is she just standing there eating?
Detective Sky, I have a favor to ask.
What? Can you get us access into the Maractus Clinic?
The police won't let us in. They say the murder and the clinic are not connected. It's off limits until they prove they are.
I should be able to do something for you, yes.
Oh, really? Well, you did my work for me here with the shoe prints, fucking morons. Seems like I should return the favor. Thank you, Detective Sky. Here, show this to the police officer on duty.
She just whip up documents for you, or she just have them on her? Right, Maractus Clinic, here comes justice. You two again. Oh, when will you learn? Look at me however you want. You're not getting in today.
I wouldn't be so sure if I were you. Look what we have.
What's this? Detective Sky. Yesterday it was Prosecutor Gavin, today it's Detective Sky. Who are you two, really? We're defense attorneys. We need Gavin to play the guitar there. Now he's suspicious again. Well, you got the orders. I gotta let you in. Have fun. Have fun.
Thanks, Mr. Officer. Let's hit it, Apollo. Kind of an at-home sort of place, isn't it?
This place has a connection to the murder in the park. I'm sure of it.
The police guy out front wasn't so sure.
Beyond it being where the victim lived, looks like the police team's gone home for the day.
There might be some clues lying around. Let's get cracking, Apollo.
Time to examine everything. Oh, looks there are some slippers missing.
These must be the slippers for the patients at the clinic.
Same as the pair we found, of course.
Look, a single pair is missing from the rack here too, and ours have paint on the bottoms, which means they were taken out of here on the night of the murder.
Right. The paint's from the hit and run, after all. But what were a pair of clinic slippers doing in the trash can? And what were they doing at the scene of the hit and run?
There's a single pair of sandals here.
Wait, but why would there be sandals here? Unless they belong to one of the patients.
Or maybe it's a visitor that came to see Dr. Maractus.
You think they'd use his house entrance instead of the clinic entrance in that case. And if the patient of the visitor isn't here,
Why'd they leave without their shoes?
better take a closer look at these just in case.
Look at all these bowls.
They're from Eldoon's Noodles. There's Mr. Salty.
And I think we figured something out.
I think we have.
Mr. Eldoon must do takeout.
Not exactly what I was thinking.
All the bowls have been washed clean.
I think we found our first clue, Trucy. Clinic reception desk. No one's here, of course. There's a small sign on the counter. Please pay your bill. Remember, we're the ones holding the scalpel. Brutal, but effective.
Look, this door says doctor's office.
This is the victim's private office?
It's not locked. Too bad.
Why too bad?
I like opening locks. It's kind of a hobby of mine. Like those little bike locks? Don't even bother putting them on when I'm around.
That's probably not a hobby you want to tell too many people about.
Ah, follow that sound. It came from behind this door.
Somebody's in there. Let's check it out, Trucy. A break-in! They left through that window!
Wait, Apollo, you're too late to catch them now.
That must be her experience as a petty snatcher chaser talking. Well, we should tell the police.
Let's check the room out first, Apollo. If we call the police now, we'll lose our chance.
Why? Oh, because they'll make this a crime scene? Yeah, I suppose. You're right, she's better at this than I am.
Well, one thing's for certain. This clinic and our murder case are looking pretty related now. Kind of an expensive looking lamp, isn't it?
Is it, though?
Hey, the bulb's broken.
Broken? What you mean burned out?
No, our cap lurker must have dropped it.
Why is it standing up on the floor like that, then?
Hey, look at the cord.
Huh? There's a red splotch on a part of the cord. You think that's blood?
It's a little bright for blood, almost pinkish.
Something's definitely odd about this lamp, that's for sure. Human remains. Whoa, what are those? What are those? The wall's covered with beakers.
Something's moving inside that one. You look, Apollo.
Hey, look for yourself. You can't. Oh, it's a goldfish.
Whoa, they're all fish. So many kinds.
Whoever designed this had a sick sense of humor.
What a cute little safe.
That is never how I've heard a safe described. Looks like a 4-digit lock. 7 and 9.
Someone's already entered 2 numbers, Apollo.
7, 9. Wait, 790? Wait, do you think that burglar just now was trying to open it? Wonder what's inside the safe.
Is there any way we can figure out the last 2 numbers?
Well, we know the first 2 are 7 and 9.
Maybe there's something in the court record? Something that can help us figure out the last 2 numbers?
I wonder. I don't know. It'd be a bit too lucky, don't you think?
I suppose. If only there was something that could finger...
Oh. Maybe there is a way after all. Yep. I was dumb. I've never thought of doing that before. That's really interesting. Of course, it's because I've never fingerprinted anything in my life.
I knew it, Apollo. What is it?
Well, all you have to know is what buttons have been pressed. You can use this to find out what the next 2 numbers are. But what if one of those 2 numbers were pressed twice? Then I guess you know one of them was pressed twice. when you press the buttons, you'd have to touch them, in theory. Unless you pressed them with a pen, or had gloves on every time. With your finger, right?
It would leave a print.
When you open a safe, you don't press any other buttons but the right ones, right? Unless you have fat fingers. So if we can find the buttons with fingerprints,
We'll have the safe code. Not bad, Apollo.
forget how to dust them off. Oh, there. Look, you can see the oily finger residues clearly. Look at 7 and 9.
These are glove marks. The burglar must have been wearing gloves.
Well, we might not be able to identify the burglar, but we can open this safe. Let's give it a shot. It's 5-2. Just intuition. 50-50 shot. It opened. Certainly does look like a gunshot bullet. This looks like a bullet hole.
You can still see the bullet sticking out of it.
Why is it in the middle of a safe?
Hey, the bullet came out. The tip is all squished.
That's surprising given that it was fired into a metal safe. Bullet's got a story behind it, that's for sure. I'm gonna take this evidence that clearly I should not be doing. We're gonna do it anyways. No clues here. This big fat golden cat isn't anything worth looking at.
This looks like a medical chart.
So the amount of things that they just allow you to look at without it being relevant. Why not? Wow, that's a golden cat. It sure is, Trucy. It sure is. Next item.
There's an X-ray in here with it.
X-ray? Can't make heads or tails of it. And I can't read the chart either. It's all medical speak.
But the names are easy enough to read. Look, by patient, it says Kitaki. This is Waki, our client's chart, huh?
Why would this one chart be here in this safe? Let's see, the physician's signature says Palmaractus.
What is it, Apollo?
Look here where it says who filed the chart.
Let's see. Nurse Alida Tiala?
Alida Tialida is Waki's fiancée.
That's one Ida too many, Apollo.
Never mind that. What's her name doing here?
How should I know? Oh, I guess it means she's on staff at this clinic?
Odd that she neglected to mention this before now.
I'm sure she had her reasons.
So Alida Tiala worked at the Maractus clinic, and she had access to Waki Kitaki's medical chart.
You got the I and the Y wrong, Apollo.
Apollo with 2 P's and 1 L. I'd be very interested to find out what this chart says. Who could help us decipher this? Anything else? I think so. All right. The prodigal attorney returns. Welcome, Apollo. I heard you did well in the trial today. Here to discuss something? I could use a little diversion. What did Detective Sky say? If you want to know something, you have to investigate it yourself. Mr. Wright, tell me what happened 7 years ago, please. I want to know. I need to know. You certainly didn't waste any time getting to the point. 7 years ago, I was standing in a courtroom on behalf of a client. The case involved the death of a certain magnificent genius. I'd be surprised if you hadn't heard about it. It was all over the news, I remember that. You were up against Prosecutor Gavin, weren't you? Yes, he was only 17 years old at the time. 17 years old? That's still in high school. He took the bar exam abroad, in Europe. They're progressive over there, you know. I was defeated by a 17-year-old newcomer. In my shame, I left the practice forever. That's all. That's not all. How could that be all? What do you mean? What about what they were saying on the news about forged evidence? They said you forged evidence and had your attorney's badge stripped from you. Smug Phoenix, tell me, how does it feel? How does it feel to stand here before Phoenix Wright, the forged attorney himself? How does it feel? I don't want to believe it's true. What happened in my first trial? I don't see you jumping to my defense on this one. Maybe I did forge evidence, maybe I didn't. Doesn't really matter now, does it? But I'm not an attorney anymore. That's the only truth you need to know. Mr. Wright looks like he doesn't want to talk about the accusations of forgery for now.
I know that face. That's the face of someone who's made a discovery. Hey, how'd you know? You can't fool someone trained in the way of science.
Next, you'll have us analyzing face prints.
Let's ask Detective Sky to help us, Apollo.
Please?
Say, this sandal has a toe mark.
A toe mark? You mean a toe print?
That I do. You can analyze it just like a fingerprint.
This little clue might be a real windfall.
Oh, there's one problem. The police station doesn't keep a record of toe prints, so we won't know whose it is.
I guess that would be too much to hope for.
Still, it might be useful somehow. Let's analyze it.
God, I don't want to do that.
Hey, Apollo, you think this is...
Could be a toe print.
Maybe we can get a print off of this. Let's try it out.
Hey, it worked. That looks like a big toe, maybe? I mean, based on where it was placed, fucking duh.
Wait, I mean, it's great that we got the print. Is there such a thing as a list of toe prints?
Oh, good point. There is Detective Sky didn't give it to us, which means we can't match this print.
It seems like a good time to ask a detective's advice.
Yeah, good idea.
I told you to stop talking behind my fucking back. These sandals, that's quite a clear print there, a toe print. Too bad we don't know whose toe it is. Well, there is a way of finding out, of course. There is what? All you need is a sample of the same toe print off another shoe, for instance.
Oh, right. So if the prints match, you'd know the same person wore both. Do I have another shoe worn by the same person? The slipper? I think it just might, actually. I'm beginning to suspect something here. Detective Sky, can you compare the sample with this other print? The only other thing I can think of.
I did say toe print example. Where exactly is the toe print on this evidence? Oops, stormy skies ahead.
Okay, yeah, I don't have another pair of shoes.
Aha! What?
Oh. I wonder, could this be a print?
Why would there be a finger? Oh, you mean a toe print. Good call, Apollo.
I bet we can analyze it just like a regular print.
This could be a vital piece of evidence.
This doesn't actually tell us, though, whose it was. It just says that whoever wore the slippers also wore the sandals. Hey, it worked. That looks like a big toe, maybe? Again, fucking duh, based on where the placement was.
Oh, I feel like the case is solved already.
What was next? We have to match the print, right?
Right, let's match it. Wait, the detective didn't give us a list of toe prints, Apollo.
Okay, good point, but we actually have another print on file that we can look at right now.
Maybe we should ask her, get some expert advice?
I guess so. I'm not sure she really qualifies as an expert.
Amateur.
More than a layperson, though. This pair of slippers, toe print and all.
Oh, the print on these is nice and clear too. That makes our job easy.
Can you analyze it for us?
Of course, hang on. Bingo! Gosh, I'm good.
Hey, we were the ones who found the prints.
A perfect match. The same person wore these sandals and slippers.
I was afraid of that.
All you have to do is find out who these sandals belong to. Or do you already know?
I can't say, not yet. Well, that's one big step closer to the truth. We gotta talk to, little Miss Thang.
Don't cry, your daddy's back and daddy's.
Oh, you again.
You always have to announce your entrances like that?
Man, my old man, man. Now I'm on the funk and it's his fault.
One can only assume that his father tried to teach him a lesson and failed, clearly.
You two got your work cut out for you straight up. Of course, I don't care if they lock me up. I'm ready to go.
Some days I wonder why I do what I do. I wonder that very often. Okay, let's see here. You know who sandals these be? Walkie, you don't happen to recognize these, would you?
Hey, sure I do. I was waiting bottom for her.
Yep.
Or Miss Tiala?
Yep, for a birthday present. She got mad little feet. Mad. So cute, man.
These sandals are hers.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling.
What's up with the funky vibes? Huh? What's that? Some kind of x-ray? Wait!
That's right, Walkie. It's yours.
Hey look, I don't smoke or nothing. I live long, right?
I don't think he gets it, Apollo.
Take a closer look here, in particular. This general area. Where it says nurse, it's signed Alita Tiala.
Huh? You lawyers do your homework.
Yeah, that's literally what we get paid for.
So you met Miss Tiala when you...
Yeah, I met her at the clinic, so?
Could you tell us a bit about the circumstances of your meeting?
Fine, I'll tell you how we met if you want to know that bad. About half a year ago, I was shot during a little turf war with another family. I was ready to die, sure. But they came in and got me, hauled me off to the docks.
The Maractus Clinic?
That's where I met her, my fallen angel.
You mean Alita Tiala?
She was scared of me at first, turns out. But you know what they say, the bad guy always gets the ladies. Right. She was done with that clinic anyhow. Joe was like, I'll take you on, woman. Straight gangster style. Guess what she said?
What did she say?
Come on, give it some thought. She said it real quiet like, on the down low. You know what I mean? Low key. I'll leave if you'll marry me.
So, that was the proposal?
You know it, an oath of love right there in the hospital room. Just like that. The op was done and we were out of there. See you later, bye.
About that op.
Yeah, didn't go so well after all, did it? I know about the report. I know it's still in me.
This health checkup was the boss's idea, you said. You said?
Upper inflection for question mark?
Yeah, can you imagine? What's the point of living healthy when you're a G, you know what I'm saying?
Weren't you just talking about how you don't smoke and you're trying... Okay, whatever. Yeah, if you're a G, why does it matter if you smoke nicotine or not? You're gonna die young anyways, right?
But didn't you learn about the bullet at that checkup?
Yeah, that's when I knew that doctor had to pay. Figured I could get that cat put out after I got my revenge. And hey, I'm still living large now, aren't I?
Incidentally, you ever had a health checkup before?
Nah, my old man Sonny gets this idea we all gotta get checkups. Guess he's getting old. Older, I mean.
Okay. That was kind of abrupt. Oh, is this when we go talk to Eldoon?
Mr. Eldoon, we've been looking all over for you.
What's the matter, Trucy Doll?
Apollo, show him what we found. Nothing like expert advice.
I suppose he is a doctor still. Well, actually, that depends. He's still licensed? Mr. Eldoon, is everything okay? I'm just so happy. I just thought my doctor days are gone for good. Mr. Eldoon. Mr. Eldoon. That's how it was, right? Mr. Eldoon. Mr. Eldoon, could you take a look at this? A medical chart. Hey, you shouldn't go around taking these from clinics. This is actually violating HIPAA laws, and I'm looking at it in the first place. That's right. I don't know what HIPAA is in Japan. It's probably a little different than in America, but I don't know how different. Anyways,
why the sudden silence, Mr. Eldoon?
What? What's going on here? That's what we want to know. The chart belongs to my client.
He's on trial on suspicion of murder.
On trial? It's crazy. You can't put him on trial? He's ABD.
ABD?
All but dead. He's knocking on the pearly gates and someone's about to answer. Can you tell us why? Well, that makes a lot more goddamn sense, although he still looks really old.
Well, permit me to speak as a surgeon. You listen up good now, son.
No way. It's like he's a completely different person.
Well, according to this chart, this walkie Kitaki fella's not doing so well. He's got a bullet right upside his heart.
That's right.
Yeah, but this chart talks about the post-op. In other words, the operation is already finished. But you can still see that bullet stuck in there.
Why would it still be in there after the operation removed it?
Well, about the only reason I can think of is it was too tricky to operate on.
What?
That bullet snug as a bug there next to the aorta, which is connected to the heart. Heck, that scrap of metal just surrounded by blood vessels, kind of a miracle. 2 millimeters to either side, and there'd be some serious bleeding going on there. Not something your average doc would be eager to fiddle with.
You mean?
Took a miracle to get that bullet stuck where it is. Take more than a miracle to take it out. Take a magician.
I'm only up to making rabbits disappear. I haven't learned bullets yet.
Of course, with the heart pumping and lungs working, that bullet's on the move. I'd give him another half a year tops.
But Walkie's operation was already half a year ago.
That's why I'm saying you're out of time. This kid shouldn't be on trial. He should be on an operating table.
Great. Just fucking great.
How could Dr. Maractus do such a terrible thing? How could he just leave that bullet in there?
I got a pretty good idea of how he felt. An emergency operation, got the kid's chest open on the table, then he finds that bullet. That's despair right there, Trucidal. Cold despair. Monokuma type despair.
Despair.
But the only thing you could do is sew the boy back up. He wasn't exactly in a situation to go admitting he couldn't take it out.
The Kitakis.
You bet. This kid's their only son, I hear. So he skips the operation and walks back on the street living his life. Of course, it's only a matter of time before his heart hemorrhages and he drops cold.
Wouldn't they have realized that there was a problem with that, though? And that he did it? And he would have to leave town anyways?
How awful.
And which doctor would they take him to? Maractus. He got enough ties with him, he could probably cover up the truth of what happened.
That's just horrible. He left Walkie to die.
There's a darkness in this world, Trucidal, waiting, hungry. Compared to it, these gangs' turf wars are like kids' games. You're up against real evil. Well, it don't matter if you're weak or strong. It'll take you all the same.
You were a surgeon, right, Mr. Eldoon? You could operate on Walkie, couldn't you?
I wish.
What?
I'm afraid there ain't nobody in the country that could. Maybe not even in the world. Unless we were living in the world of Trauma Center, but, I mean, we don't. I think.
So Walkie...
He's real lucky to be alive even now.
No.
There's one problem.
Apollo?
This chart. Look at the nurse section. Alita Toledo.
That's right. This operation was how they met.
Yeah, the problem is she knew. She knew about Walkie's condition, guaranteed.
Ah!
Why didn't she ever tell him? Doesn't make sense. Yeah, she does. You get married to him, and then he dies, and then you get part of his wealth because you're married into that family. And you'd only have to be with them for a little while. Makes perfect sense from a really shitty point of view.
This is it, the big day. Did you get any sleep?
Yeah, I went to bed at 1 a.m. or so. Yeah, that's like, I got to bed early at 1 a.m. That's like no lie.
Oh, what time did you wake up?
3 a.m. Normally it would be 4 a.m. for me, but yeah, that's about right.
It's only 2 hours, Apollo. But at least you have me. And the amazing Mr. Hat. Here's looking at you, kid.
Good luck today, Apollo. That voice. Hey, get any sleep? Mr. Wright! I was going out of my mind with boredom, so I signed myself out earlier today. Somehow that place makes fake piano playing at the, Indochine pasta joint seem almost fun.
Daddy, do you know Prosecutor Gavin's witnesses today?
Take a guess.
How about Little Plum?
That's Sherman Tank of a mom. Sherman Tank of a mom. Nope, guess again.
That's too bad, you know. Speaking of moms, you need to find me a new mommy one of these days, Daddy.
To barely morning and you're at it already, Trucy. What a stupid thing to ask me. Like, goddamn, dude, why are you laughing at her? Okay, see, this is why I don't buy the father-daughter relationship. So, Mr. Wright, do you know who the prosecutor's witness is? Alita Tiala, your client's fiancée. She's gonna be a witness?
That seems odd. Why would she testify against her own fiancé?
You have to wonder what Gavin's up to. Something's going down today, that much is clear. Time for oh wait, not yet.
Well, not to worry, I've got my panties back.
Okay.
If we can't find the killer, I'll pull one out of there.
Court is now in session for the trial of Waka Kitaki. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is warmed up, and it's a sold-out house. Very well, to recap, while yesterday's witness seemed more guilty than any other party,
Guilty of panty snatching.
we did find out one thing for certain. There were 3 people in the park at the time of the murder. The witness, the victim, and the defendant.
Correct, Herr Judge. And today I'd like to do something a little new age. I'd like to look at this crime from the outside.
The outside? God, I love that look, because he looks like he's just putting all of his brain power into his sentence.
The acquisition of the murder weapon, the preparation for the act. Our poor defendant told all, you see. To his betrothed.
His betrothed?
His fiancée, Herr Judge. His partner for life, with no chance for parole.
Divorce attorneys would disagree with that. Very well, you may show the lucky lady to the stand. That's really funny.
Your name and occupation, Fräulein? Alita Tiala. My occupation is future wife.
Traditional values. I respect that. Too many brides these days can't even weave baskets blindfolded, underwater. What the hell is wrong with them? Yet, you're here today as a witness for the prosecution?
To be honest, I didn't want to testify at first, but I couldn't hide the truth.
Honesty, another admirable trait.
Fräulein, is it true that on the day of the crime, the defendant, Waka Kitaki, confessed his plans? His plans for murder? Yes.
The witness will please give her testimony to the court.
It was the day that the family health checkup results came back. When Waki found out that Dr. Maractus had lied, he flew into a rage. I'll teach him, he said. He took one of the family's pistols, and you already know what happened that night. I just don't see how anyone but Waki could have done it.
I would object to that last statement. Her speculation there is completely worthless as somebody who didn't actually witness the crime. So the pistol did belong to the Kitaki family then?
Yes, with regards to this, an investigation is underway at the Kitaki mansion on charges of the possession of illegal firearms.
And the bullet that took the victim's life, was it
fired from the pistol the defendant procured? Yes, this has been proven. How can you prove something like that?
Bullets carry marks from the barrel that fired them, called, rifling marks?
Rifling marks? Think of them as being a gun's fingerprint left on every bullet it fires. We've only talked about this at least one time per every Phoenix Wright game.
And when did you first hear about Waki's plan?
It was the day of the murder. I should have stopped him. I just didn't think he'd actually do it.
I would also, there would probably be a back and forth on this, and the judge would have to rule. But this is potentially hearsay. Well, it is hearsay, but there are hearsay exceptions. As testimony, if the hearsay is not related to the truth of the matter asserted. Now, if you're confused as to what that phrase means, you're not alone. A lot of people struggle with that.
it would make more sense for me to write to have a video on that and just like go over this particular part, because I don't want to get into, I would have to go out and get like one of my evidential class presentations to like explain this all. No, because in theory, well, okay, so I don't know, we don't know how much Waki knows about this sort of thing, right? But in theory, she could be subpoenaed and then compelled to testify if the judge deemed it fit. Because I believe hold on, let me check something real quick. I don't remember if this is a state law spousal privilege. I don't remember if this is common law or if this is federal case law. Okay, so it is federal. It's a federal law that a husband and wife cannot be compelled to testify against each other, but that's husband and wife. I've never actually seen a scenario brought up of it being a fiance, like with just fiancés. At least in the definition of the federal law, it wouldn't apply from what I'm seeing, because it specifically says spouse and marital privilege. If you're not married, then you don't have a marital relationship yet. Let's say, just establish that because they're not married, she could be compelled to testify against him. If she gets subpoenaed, that means that she is forced to come in and testify under oath as to what happened. So, like, he could be mad at her for, like, not lying for him, but I don't think that necessarily means she doesn't love him. She just knows it would be against the law for her to lie under oath. But Waki would also have to have a bit of a brain to get to that point of thinking anyways. So I would think he'd just be kind of hurt right now. The defense may begin the cross-examination. The witness may plead the Fifth Amendment in that they refuse to testify because the testimony may serve to incriminate them. Seriously, this is a bullshit statement. How can you say that for certain? How? Exactly. That is actually the problem with this. That's why it's a bad statement. She can't say for certain. Her judgment based on, oh, I heard this thing that he said, which may or may not be admissible evidence in the first place, but otherwise, I don't know what else happened. So just based on what he told me, it had to have been him. You don't know how many people were in the park. You don't know if anyone else had anything out for the doctor. Like, there's so many factors that are being ignored for this random bit of speculation and conjecture. It's such a bad statement. He shouldn't even, he shouldn't have said hold it. He should have just straight up objected to the statement. I guess that's not really any worse than when they slammed the desk. It just looks more aggressive. Herr Forehead, you will refrain from badgering the Fräulein. It was the defendant, Waki, was it, who took the pistol from his home. We know this for a fact now. I suppose we do. So how could anyone else have used this pistol to shoot the victim? They could not. Simple logic, yeah? Well, that's not her for her to determine. Like, she just doesn't know enough information. She knows that he said he was gonna kill the dude, and she knows that he had access to the pistol. Those are only two things that she knew. Now, what the judge should be saying is, I will draw my own conclusions to the statements, thank you very much. Instead of being, like, led like this. That does seem to be the case. Does the defense have anything to say regarding this point? Did someone else have used that pistol? I think it was Zara who was like, he was talking about how the judge can, like, he'll connect something completely, like, irrelevant to the facts and then say, oh, but what you must all be saying is true. Like, yeah, so I was at a hamburger stand, then I saw the murder, and then he'll be like, I too enjoy hamburgers. Whatever you're saying is making perfect sense. The other thing I'll say about hearsay, though, is one thing I have little to no knowledge of with regard to Japanese law system is just how hearsay works. I seem to remember
somebody telling me that hearsay was basically a non-issue there, and like it happened all the time, and it's just like shrug. But I don't remember if that was the case for a fact. That's just something I vaguely remember from one of the prior game playthroughs. I mean, I would always try to argue that there was somebody else, but I don't know if that's actually what the game, like, I don't know if the game wants you to have to acknowledge. Based on your testimony, there is clearly one other person had access to that pistol. What's this? Interesting. Let's ask the defense then. Tell the court who this other person with access was. Well, of course. I mean, you, Miss Tiala.
Me? But why?
You were quite clear when you told the court. You heard about the pistol from the defendant on the day of the murder. In other words, you knew what he was planning.
Let me get this straight. You intend to tell us that this lady stole the pistol from her fiancé and killed the man in cold blood on his behalf?
I've heard of people doing strange things for love, but this, it does seem a bit unfathomable, to be sure. Well, I mean, yeah, if you look at it that way, like an idiot, think a little deeper. I'm all for romance and for supporting your partner in life, to be sure, but I think I would hesitate at murder. Glad to know that, Judge. I'd hope you'd do more than hesitate. But eventually I'd get over it and just pull the trigger like a real man. Well, what if a different connection could be proven? A connection between the witness and the victim. We might find that she had a personal motive beyond wanting to help her fiancé. That would put things in a slightly different light. What possible connection are you suggesting here?
You know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think that the police never looked inside that safe.
I have evidence showing a connection between the witness, Miss Tiala, and the victim. Yeah, she was the nurse. I fail to see exactly what sort of connection this shows. Well, see, that's because there isn't one? Oh, God. I believe you understand. I believe your wildly wandering eyes deserve a penalty. It shows her on as the nurse on that fucking, Oh, it was his chart. I'm an idiot. Okay, fair enough, game. I was wrong. That looks like a medical chart found inside a safe at the Maractus Clinic. I'd like to draw the court's attention to the names written on the chart. What? Miss Tiala, whatever. Why is your name on this chart? Sweating bullets. Well, care to explain the meaning of this, Miss Tiala?
I'm not sure what you mean by meaning, Mr. Justice.
Oh, I love your resting bitch face. Please. Our warm little fiancé just froze over.
I was on staff at that clinic until half a year ago. It was boring, so I quit.
Wow, look at that sly smile. I aspire to have a crooked smile like that when I'm being cocky about something. Holy shit.
That's all. Is there a problem with that?
Miss Tiala, you testified that you had no connection to the victim.
And I don't now.
Now?
I quit half a year ago, didn't I? So there's no connection.
That's not how that works. Unless you somehow were able to completely wipe your memory and his memory and actually your employment from the face of history, there's a connection.
Let me guess, you're the kind of guy who can't rest until he knows every last detail of his girlfriend's past. Am I right?
That's not true at all. Why? I embrace the ones I love, past flaws and all, no matter. There's no connection now doesn't fly in a court of law.
Doesn't fly?
She's one tough nut. She probably feels right at home with the Kitakis. You left your job at the Maractus Clinic, true, but you remain connected somehow. Very well, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence that proves the witness is still connected. Oh my God. The connection never goes away. If you want to talk about motive, that is different. Which one do I show? This one? Why not? It might be nice for a change.
Wow, he blew me away with his solo, his air guitar solo. Do we show the sandals? I guess we gotta show the sandals to then. Yeah, that makes more sense.
These sandals were found in the Maractus Clinic lobby.
They're yours, aren't they?
Ah. Well, who knows? I'm sure there are lots of people with those sandals. So sorry, Fräulein, but your act isn't working. Your moments of hesitation just now cost you.
Gavin? The big difference between Gavin and then the group of Edgeworth, Francisca, and Godot, Gavin doesn't actually seem like a sinister dude at all, or angry, or malicious, or vengeful. He seems like he's legitimately just like, I just want to know the truth and that's it. That's all I care about.
I have no grudge against Apollo Justice, or anything else really. I just want to spar in the court of law.
And that makes him a much different adversary than we're used to. Not that it's a bad thing, just different.
What's with you? I thought you were on my side. Perhaps you are unaware that toes leave toe prints? Simple analysis of these sandals will reveal all. Well, now we see your true colors. I was wrong to cooperate with you from the beginning. I just wanted you to help get Walkie back on the straight and narrow.
But why what? Executing him? Because this would be premeditated murder. In which case, that is hanging, apparently, from what I understand. This court thinks you need to worry less about Walkie and more about yourself. It sounds as though we need to hear a bit more about your story. Your sandals were found at the entrance to the clinic, which means you went there on the day of the murder.
Well, there's little point in denying it.
Very well. The witness will tell us about the visit. Why did you go to the Maractus Clinic that day?
I did go to the clinic that day, my first time in half a year, since I quit in January. I went to warn him. After all, I knew Walkie had the pistol. The doctor always was a timid man, too timid to admit his own mistake. Why else would I have gone? I'm not hiding any dark secrets. I wanted to tell him to be careful as an old friend.
By mistake, you mean the mistake we heard about from the defendant? The botched operation?
He was a timid small man, but I never wished him harm. I just thought I should let him know, you know?
That does make sense. But why wouldn't she have mentioned that before then? There's no reason for her not to say that.
Oh, Judge, come on. You were doing, like Chad said, you were doing so well, and now you're just
losing it. You're losing it again.
Yes, but there's still one thing which does not.
What's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
The sandals left in the lobby, of course. We can assume she wore these sandals to the clinic, yeah? Then why did she not wear them home? If it were me, I would have worn them home.
I would have worn those sandals home, too.
Then, so, why were the sandals left behind?
Pointed out the contradiction before me.
There's probably a good explanation for this, right, Miss Tiala? Say, for instance, there happened to be a similar pair of sandals there which you wore home by mistake. Actually, that's right. I'm impressed, Mr. Gavin. Oh, it is nothing. There is, after all, no other possible explanation. Yeah, forehead?
Oh, what the? No fair. That was actually slick. We're still gonna bust his ass, but that was slick. He's filling the holes in her testimony. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Would she have went to get rid of this so that he wouldn't know that she knew about it from the beginning? Because she would have known, right, about the bullet?
Yeah, okay.
This chart was found inside a safe in the doctor's office. Yes? Why would this one chart be in that safe? Miss Tiala, you know why it was, don't you? Mind filling me in? Dr. Maractus didn't have the leisure of making mistakes. That's why he wrote up a false report and kept the truth locked away. Bad, Herr Doctor. And this is where you came in, Miss Tiala.
The nurse who filed this chart was you, which means you knew about Walkie's failed operation. Interesting. You were in the same position as Dr. Maractus. Kind of makes it hard to claim no connection, doesn't it? Always love that.
You're bold for a novice, I'll give you that. Mr. Justice, you must know I was only a nurse. The doctor is responsible for the chart's contents.
This chart business seems to be quite important. Please amend your testimony accordingly.
Too bad, little attorney.
She moved her hand, didn't she? Or is that my bracelet's reacting again? And that creepy music's playing.
What is it, Apollo?
I felt my bracelet vibrate just now.
Your bracelet?
Just like yesterday. Just like you said. When a witness is unsure of something, their nervous habit gives them away.
But I can't see anything, Apollo.
Huh? Then what's my bracelet reacting to?
Wait, maybe... Yes, that has to be it.
What has to be it?
Your senses, Apollo. You must be sharper than mine.
Huh?
I can't see it, but you can sense it.
I don't know about that, Trucy. I don't have some kind of special power or anything.
Listen to me, Apollo. There's a weak point somewhere in Miss Yellow's testimony. We don't know what her nervous habit is.
Well then, what do we do?
You have to perceive it yourself, Apollo, with your eyes and your senses.
Then it's up to me and my bracelet. I don't know why, but the bracelet helps. Somehow, touching it helps me focus. Let's give it a shot and bring down that testimony. It's time for... Oh, never mind. Okay, so I can press perceive again to freeze it. Okay, I can see why that's useful. Because it'll be, I can tell then, based on whatever sentence we're on. Oh. Yeah, I did not notice that before, huh? Gotcha! Why go to the clinic for a half-year-old chart now, you ask? But you know why you would go now, don't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was quite clear, Miss Ciala, you have a nervous habit. The moment you said the word now, you used your right thumb to fiddle with your ring.
What?
He was unsure, I saw it. Okay, so I do have a problem with this. It's just like, Your Honor, I know she's lying because she's twiddling with her ring finger. Okay. She could just be nervous. That doesn't mean she's lying. A lot of people get nervous in court. In fact, I expect most people to be nervous in court. In fact, I think it'd be kind of weird if you weren't nervous in court as a witness. Now, that's the key word. The chart wasn't a part of your past. It was a clear and present threat. That's ridiculous. Why, if that were the case, I would have had 6 months to do something about it. Indeed. Which means something happened quite recently. Something to make that chart a problem for you now. I've got her on the ropes now, I can feel it. Time to strike the killing blow, with evidence. Miss Tiala, there's no use trying to hide it. The chart became a threat to you now because of this. Shit, I don't fucking know. The checkup report. Yeah. A health checkup report belonging to the defendant. The Kitakis are trying to get out of the business. The health checkup this month was their first ever. What did you think when you heard about this? Oh, nothing. Why should I think anything? Oh, I would think you were positively beside yourself. Because you were afraid. You knew that what Waukie's chest x-ray would reveal. A full half year had passed since the operation. You thought you were home free when the chart came back to haunt you. Eek! Man, she lost it. She's is just like stuck there, and he's just like, "That's all, Your Honor. Leave her to be stuck there now." What just happened? For the first time, I respect the judge's confusion, because I probably would have thought the same thing. Did the witness just admit to lying? I sensed it. There was a great aura emanating from her forehead. Hell yeah. Very cool. So the lady was lying, it seems? That's correct. She said she had no connection to the Maractus Clinic, but her connection was deep indeed, a bit too deep. If the Kitaki's got a hold of this chart with her name, she'd be finished. Isn't that right, Miss Tiala? You guessed it. Order, order! I did it! I broke her testimony!
Amazing, Apollo. I didn't see it at all. Daddy was right about you. Wait.
Miss Tiala?
It's true that that chart was bad news for me. That's why I went to meet the doctor that day. But that's all. I told him about Waki and went home.
It appears this cross-examination is far from over. What? She hid the truth from us, this is clear, yet it is not clear that this truth has anything to do with the case at hand. Okay, but the problem is now that she's impeached as a witness, it doesn't matter. Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony, and we'll have a bit more cross-examination. I was so close.
You're still close. Keep on her, Apollo.
How did Dr. Maractus respond to the warning?
Oh, he was quite surprised. Panicky, even. Who wouldn't be scared to learn a Kitaki was after them?
Incidentally, this court is not afraid of any mobsters. Except for Red White. Why, we had a life-threatening situation just yesterday right here in this courtroom. Yeah, real impressive the way you stood up to that attack of the amazing Mr. Hat, sir.
After which I carried you back to your chambers. Sounds like the judge had quite a fright.
Nothing happened in Dr. Maractus' office that day, huh?
What about the mess we found? Something definitely happened in that office, Apollo.
I know. We can't prove when it happened. Nor that Alita Tiala was in any way involved.
Well, let's try putting some evidence up anyway.
Did the game just say shrug? Why don't we just do it anyway? See what happens. My gut's telling me it's the lamp. Fuck, it's not. Was it the bullet then? The bullet's the only other thing that it would be, yeah. See, that's actually a really good indication of how the Japanese system works versus the American system. You wouldn't word it like that. You would word it as the prosecution has met their burden of proof, as opposed to the defendant has failed to defeat the claims, if that makes sense. You say nothing happened in the doctor's office. Okay, so that wasn't actually a step ahead of the game. I figured it would be. I disagree. Take a look at this.
What's that? Looks like a squished up ball of clay.
Kind of like you, actually. Damn. That's entirely inaccurate, but still harsh. This bullet was found in the Maractus Clinic office. Something did happen in that office, Miss Tiala.
Enough of this joking around. The police investigated that clinic.
Ah, but this was stuck inside the doctor's safe.
Inside the safe? I guess the police didn't check that far.
But there is a problem. How can you say that bullet was fired on that day? Weren't you the one who explained the rifling marks to us? The pistol was taken from the Kitaki's mansion that day. If the marks on this bullet match the murder weapon, then that proves a firearm was discharged in that office on the day of the murder. Not bad, Herr Forehead. Bailiff, have this bullet analyzed immediately. "30 minutes later, a reporter arrives. The rifling marks on both bullets are identical. Ooh-yah! Well, it seems as though the bullet in the safe was fired from the murder weapon. Perhaps the defense would like to state their position. The bullet in that safe proves one fact. A pistol was fired in that office on that day, and at the time of the firing, the safe was open. The safe, which contained the top secret chart. Do you think someone was threatening Dr. Maractus in order to open the safe? Only one person was in a position to do such a thing. Our witness, Alita Tiala. Order, order, order! Mr. Justice, where are you going with this? Are you accusing the witness? Alita Tiala knew about Waki Kitaki's botched operation. She got engaged to him without telling him about it. As long as that bullet remained in his chest, his days were numbered. What if she married him and then the bullet finally reached its destination? What? That reminds me, apparently the Kitakis have been asserting themselves in lawful business practices. They're making quite a great deal of money, a fortune, if you will. Nefarious. So she planned to marry him just to get her hands on this fortune?
You keep talking trash about my Alita, and I'll sue you, lawyer man.
Huh? Me?
Yeah, you said you'd abuse my Alita.
I think you mean accused.
Same difference. Well, you can't have her. She's mine. It was me. I shot that doctor. Me. He left me to die, so I left him to die too. There in that park.
Waki, just cool down a second, please.
You keep your hands off my Alita, or I'll...
Miss Tiala, what is with that maniacal laugh?
I'm sorry, it's been so long since I've laughed so hard.
Something funny?
Waki, wake up and smell reality.
Oh my god. Reality, what? The reality where you teleport away and then he reappears right in front of where you were? Alita, baby?
The signature on the chart, the engagement. I mean, come on. It's so obvious, even for a brainless, spoiled brat such as yourself.
Alita, your honesty is like a breath of foul air, Fräulein.
Hey, I wasn't getting out of this clean anyway.
So the family fortune is what you're really after? You're really after?
That's right, I wanted the money.
No way, that's whack. I ain't trying to hear that.
Should have done the wedding earlier. Oh well. By the way, can I ask you a question?
Who, me?
I believe you said you were going to abuse me.
Accuse?
Of what crime, might I ask?
Huh?
Oh, I'm a bad girl, sure. I got close to that brat because I wanted his money. But he was the one with the pistol. He could have fired it into the safe after I'd already left the clinic.
What?
I would never do a thing like that. It was definitely that silly brat.
Wait, but...
What are you talking about?
Trucy?
You had the most to lose if that chart was found. But I didn't have a pistol now, did I? Well, you could have taken Waki's. You think he'd have mentioned that, no? All I've heard him say is, it was me, I shot him.
That's only because he's trying to protect you. Sorry to intrude in this lovely conversation, but the two of you are forgetting one critical point.
What point?
Certainly, the Fraulein wanted that chart. You assume she threatened the doctor into opening that safe, but then, wouldn't she have taken the chart?
Oh,
you see, that chart wouldn't have been left in that safe. He's right. He is. Miss Tiala.
yes?
It is clear to this court that you are not a very good fiancé.
Oh, I'm flattered.
Perhaps it's time you told us the truth. Tell us about yourself, including your actions and whereabouts on that day. Don't forget, we've proven that you were at the Maractus clinic on the day of the crime.
Yes, I went to the clinic that day to speak to the doctor. I wanted that chart, but I failed to get it, so I went back to the clinic later. In any case, I didn't shoot him. You don't even have proof I stole that pistol, do you? and that brat was spotted in the park at the moment of the crime. Frankly, I don't think it matters if Dr. Maractus was shot in the temple or not.
Neither of those last two statements matter from that witness based on what we were talking about. You went back later.
That chart was dangerous, you understand? I needed to get rid of it, that's why I went that day.
But you couldn't get the chart then, could you?
And later that night, Dr. Maractus was shot. I'd heard about the shooting, waited a day, but then I had to go back. No easy feat with the cops all over the place.
Ah, that was you? So you were the burglar.
That was you two? If only I had one more minute. Then I could have opened that safe and gotten the chart.
What? That's trespassing. And brazen at that.
Oh, is this a trial for trespassing now? Besides, you can't blame a girl for wanting to protect herself.
No, but that'll be a separate charge that's brought against you. And you absolutely can blame somebody for wanting to protect themselves if they violate the law for that reason.
They are gangsters, you know.
In any case, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination.
Committing the little crime to avoid the big one, eh?
Why that day?
That brat was uncontrollable. He was ready to kill, and that would bring in the police, and that chart would become evidence. And I'd be hung out to dry. But the police didn't check the safe, did they?
Well, they thought the crime scene was the park.
I'll make sure the responsible parties feel the heat. Such sloppiness won't be tolerated, yeah?
I'm kind of thankful for that sloppiness myself, actually. Well, no shit. But you could have stolen it.
Could have? Is this some new definition of proof?
We'll ask Walkie. He'll tell us. No, he won't.
Why'd I remind you this is a cross-examination? You might want to keep your baseless theories to yourself.
Ugh. He's right, isn't he? Yeah, it wasn't the strongest comeback, or it wasn't the strongest response from Apollo there. Yeah, but
what? You have nothing to say. This case is over. It was over the moment that brat was seen in the park. What's the point in dragging it out any further?
The doctor was shot in the right temple, yes?
So it seems.
Let's review the facts again, shall we? The killer shot from this location. The bullet would have struck our victim square in the forehead. However, the entry wound was in the right temple. Yes, we heard testimony on this yesterday. At the time of the shooting, the witness was standing here. Just before the gun was fired, he shouted. The victim turned his head to look and was shot. That testimony was proven to be a lie. Our egregious panty snatcher, Mr. Stickler, did witness the crime, but he was standing to the north, next to the trash can where he tossed those panties. If Mr. Stickler shouted from this location, the bullet couldn't hit his right temple.
Silly attorney.
What?
You remember what you had for breakfast that morning? You remembered?
Did you remember, Trucy?
I always have a glass of milk for breakfast. What matters is one thing. The doctor was shot in his right temple. If that's the case, there can only be one explanation. The panties guy was mistaken.
But his location was proven. You can't write that off as him being mistaken. Then why don't you show us, Herr Forehead? Show you what?
Must I explain everything? Very well. Let's recap. If the witness, Panties guy, was standing to the north, then where was the shooter standing? From what location did the killer shoot the victim?
Well, wait, if the witness was standing there, how could anyone shoot the victim in the right temple?
I merely laid out the facts for us. It is up to the one possessing the shiny forehead to show us. If you can, that is.
Lucky Kitaki was standing at the killer mark. Wesley Stickler at the witness mark. And of course, Paul Maractus was at the victim mark. Let's hear what the defense has to say. Where was the killer standing? As the facts stand now, we can't explain this crime without contradicting ourselves at some point. But I know why. The real killer shot from an entirely different location.
What are you talking about? I don't see any other place.
Apparently Mr. Justice does. Let's hear it. Where in the park did the killer shoot the victim from?
It's time to raise the roof and the stakes. Huh? Penalties are such frightening things, don't you think? But what if we were a bit more... they were a bit more terrifying? Like so.
Double penalty?
Forehead wishes to take us in a new direction? Then he must be ready for the challenges ahead!
Challenge accepted. There it is! It's justice time!
Are you sure, Apollo?
The key is the witness, Mr. Stickler's testimony. If we believe that, and we know where he stood, and the victim turned when he shouted, there's only one place the killer could have been. The killer shot the victim from... Leave you all a debt of gratitude to Miss Alita Tiala.
What do you mean?
Thanks to you, we had a chance to review the crime. And this time, we were prepared. We know that Wesley Stickler was telling the truth. Should have listened to him from the beginning. Wesley Stickler was standing next to the trash can when he saw the two men. He shouted just as he told us in his testimony. And the victim turned to look in his direction. A shot was fired. The victim was hit in the right temple. Oh no. Oh yes. Which direction was his right temple facing at that moment? That's right, towards the noodle stand. Order, order, order! So you're saying the killer was inside the noodle stand?
Let's think about this a bit more, shall we? You say the killer was inside the noodle stand,
which would mean the victim, Dr. Maractus, came to the park, wheeling his own motor in the cart behind him.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I'd think you'd notice if you were pulling someone along.
There's something we should worry about before that. Why was he pulling the noodle stand in the first place?
Let's deal with our problems one at a time, shall we? Someone was hiding in the stand. We have not come this far to talk about possibilities. Let's talk about proof, baby.
Show us evidence that proves someone was in that stand.
Can I prove that? You want evidence that someone was in that stand? Well, I've got it. Got it right here. Intriguing. Let's see what you've got. Show us proof that someone was hiding in the noodle stand. Oh, this. The Maractus Clinic, and they're covered with paint. These slippers were found in a trash can near the crime scene. And a single slipper print was found at that scene, right next to the noodle stand. Ah! Oh, and Miss Yella, your toe print was found in the left slipper. Ugh. In other words, this is proof you were inside that noodle stand. Ah! Yet there was only one slipper mark found at the scene. Can this be called a footprint in good faith? Observe the diagram. A park pathway runs right next to the slipper mark. Slipper wouldn't leave a trace on a cobblestone path. Yet you still cannot say this is a footprint, Jeff. Why not?
You have an impression left by a single slipper.
What if it was on the stand and simply fell to the ground? That's just dumb. One more thing. A noodle stand is typically cluttered with the tools of the noodle making trade. There's no room for a person to ride in there. You do have a point. Could someone have hidden in that stand?
Apollo, I think I might be onto something. I think I figured out one of our pieces of evidence. In order to make room in the stand, something would have to be.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have proof that someone could have hidden in the stand?
I can prove one thing. Someone did scheme to clear space in that stand. A bowl? This is a noodle bowl from the stolen Eldoon's Noodles noodle stand. Yes, and what about it? We have discovered a large quantity of these bowls yesterday in the lobby of the Maractus Clinic. A large quantity of noodle bowls in the victim's clinic. Mr. Eldoon was very clear about these bowls. Yet the bowls were removed. That night, there was space inside that noodle stand. Space created at the Maractus Clinic, no less. Right around the time that you were there, Miss Alita Tiala. Stop! I won't listen to any more of these wild fantasies. No, not fantasies. They're worse lies than that spoiled brat's pickup lines. I would like to remind the witness of her current status. This court does not consider you entirely innocent. Show me an innocent, I'll show you a fairy tale. In any case, the defense has somehow made its point. The witness has had both a motive and an opportunity to kill Dr. Maractus. More fairy tales. This whole trial is a fairy tale. Then please pull us back down to reality, Miss Tiala. I'm giving you one last chance to explain yourself. That was nice. That was nice. This is it. Why was Dr. Maractus pulling that stand that night? And what was Alita Tiala doing inside it? Time to get to the bottom of this case. That night, I went to ask Dr. Maractus for the chart. I had no intention of ever letting that chart fall into the Kitaki family's hands. But Dr. Maractus didn't understand. For some reason, he thought the Kitakis had sent me, so I gave up and went home. All I did was talk to him. You knew about the botched operation, so you tried to get rid of the chart to save yourself. I won't make excuses. And I did warn the good doctor. I gave him a chance. I told him that brat got his health checkup report, and that he was coming to settle the score. I see. Very well, Mr. Justice. Begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. This is the last testimony. Either I perceive the truth, or it's over. Oh, I have to perceive again? All I did was talk and lie. What? Show me proof. Pretty sure about this one. I think I'm getting the hang of this. A little slip of confidence and they give it all away. The proof is you, Miss Tiala. All I did was talk to him, you claim. Yet you can't hide your own nervous twitch when you say those words. My twitch? What are you talking about? You have a habit of scratching the area of your neck around the edge of your scarf. What? What? This is working better than I'd hoped. Her unconscious actions tell the truth she won't say. Habits and lies, 2 dots. Connect the dots and find the truth. Don't look at me like that, I told you the truth. Seems that when you recall what really happened in that office, you can't keep your hands off your neck, can you? It seems that nervous habits are unconscious reactions that manifest when someone is trying to hide something. You can't hide behind your scarf, Miss Tiala. Something happened between you and the victim in the Maractus Clinic office. And I've got proof that shows exactly what happened. She found my habit. Alright, yeah. I think I was a step ahead there. It's gotta be this, then. What's that? That time I was one step ahead. You're touching your scarf again. There's something unusual about this lamp. The bulb is broken, and there's a red splotch on the cord. Seeing how you hide your neck, I think I can come up with a plausible explanation for the lamp's state. Well, spill it out. This talking in circles nonsense is killing me. Very well. The answer is very simple. Miss Alita Tiala, please remove your scarf. Yeah! I gotta get better at girl eeks. I'm bad at them, sorry. This is a trial to determine what happened in that park. Yet we seem to have drifted off target. We'll find out soon enough for drifting, as soon as the witness removes her scarf. I won't do it. This is insane. I'm an unrelated third party. You can't order me removed. Miss Tiala, I'm afraid you've forgotten what's already been proven. What? You're hardly unrelated. Please remove your scarf. No! No! I knew it. So I was right, wasn't I, Miss Alita Tiala? Your neck. That isn't what I think it is. Something did happen that night at the Maractus Clinic. You need to get that chart back. You needed to get that chart back no matter what it took. Even if you had to steal your fiance's pistol to do it. But wait, looking at this lamp and the witness's neck, it looks like the very opposite happened. Exactly. The victim in the clinic that night was this witness. Specifically, you tried to threaten Dr. Maractus and he attacked you. That's what happened that night at the Maractus Clinic. She have birds with her or something? Order, order, order! Will someone please tell me what really happened? I told you the truth already. I went to the clinic that night to warn Dr. Maractus. That gangster knows everything. He's coming for you.
Looks like my clit C/patient.
We have to get rid of that chart. Quick, open your safe. Give it to me.
So you can send me what's good.
What?
I know what you're up to. You went in with that family. If they see that chart, you're finished. Leaving me holding the short straw. But if I'm going down, I want to accompany you.
And what happened next? He jumped at me and knocked me to the floor. Then he took that cord. Pal Maractus was serious, deadly serious. Get it? He really tried to strangle me. I must have blacked out. So, you were the victim. And the red splotch on the cord was your lipstick. I didn't want to remember that night. That's why I didn't bring it up. There, are you happy now? I was out cold, almost killed. You claimed that I then snuck into that noodle stand, but how could I? Ah! Well, one thing is clear. We now know what really happened at the Maractus Clinic. And it would seem that our victim was not entirely without blame himself. I'm sorry. I get so nervous just thinking of it, it's hard to breathe. I've told you everything. Can I go home now? You bear some responsibility for events that day, true. Yet if you were also a victim, this court would owe you some sympathy. Well, Mr. Justice, I believe this clears up the remaining questions for Miss Tiala. When did this happen? Suddenly everyone's sympathizing with her. I don't know what to think anymore, Paolo. I mean, is that it? Do we know everything we need to know about Miss Tiala? Very well, this finishes the cross-examination. Not so fast. This part is just getting started. Now we rock. What? Those spikes on your head are softer than they look. I do not have the stomach to go all the way. Prosecutor Gavin. Pal Maractus choked Alita Tiala. She fell unconscious. But what happened next? He's right. There is more we don't know. But she was choked hard enough to leave that mark. She would have been out for a while. Even still, what if it was her in that noodle stand? Tiala half dead, Dr. Maractus pulling that stand, and a bullet fired from inside the noodle stand. What if it's all true? We might have already figured out what truly happened that night.
Miss Alita Tiala, as you can see, we're not through with you just yet.
You really want to blame me for this murder, don't you? You too, Prosecutor Gavin. Me, Fräulein? I only wish to know the truth.
Well, let's go back over what we've learned up till now. The day of the murder, Walkie saw his checkup report. What he learned about the bullet still inside him. So he took a pistol from the family stash, with the intent to give Dr. Maractus some of his own medicine.
And Miss Tiala heard about this from Walkie, so she went to the Maractus clinic ahead of him, in order to get rid of the chart with her signature.
But then, something happened.
Sounds like you figured it all out. But remember, I was the victim. I was out cold.
But what about Dr. Maractus?
That does seem to be the problem. He had just strangled Alita Tiala, perhaps he thought to death. What did he do after his crime?
You think a doctor would have been able to determine whether it was to death or not?
I was just knocked out, not dead. From the state of his clinic and the scene in the park, I think it's clear what the good doctor did next.
Well, Herr Forehead, care to guess? Well, Mr. Justice, what did Dr. Maractus do? He did think he killed Alita Tiara. Do you have evidence to show what he did next? The bullet? When did the bullet get there, then? Damn it. I'm not sure where the game wants me to go there. Let's see what happens if you just try again. I wonder if they replenish your health. Oh yeah, it does. As his next move, Dr. Maractus stole Guy Eldoon's noodle stand.
What? Killing me disturbed him that much? So much he randomly stole a noodle stand?
It wasn't so random. Remember all the bowls in the clinic's foyer? Bowls that belonged inside that stand? I think it's pretty obvious, don't you? That stand was at the clinic. However, the question is, why did he remove the bowls?
Maybe because the stand was heavy?
Or he wanted to put something in the stand in their place. Ah, wait, you don't mean I do. Dr. Maractus did replace those bowls with something. Your corpse, Miss Tiala.
My corpse?
Dr. Maractus panicked. He thought he'd kill you.
His next move would be to dispose of the body.
That's crazy talk. You're all crazy. Then let's think about it, logically. The doctor had a place to dispose of you in mind, but on his way there, who should he run into but the defendant, Walkie Kitaki? I question your logic. What's this, Prosecutor Gavin? The park is a dead end. Why would he head in that direction to begin with?
That's right, he had no reason to go there. Oh, now I get it. It was a trick. That spoiled brat made him do it. He made the doctor steal the stand.
Tell me, why would someone go to a dead end? Unless the park was his destination.
What?
Apparently the defense has an idea. Tell us where Dr. Maractus is heading with the stand. Here, please show us on this diagram. So where exactly was the victim dragging that stand? Maybe over here? There, that's a river. Yes, Your Honor. I scarcely need to explain why. Perfect place to dispose of a body.
He was going to throw me in that river?
He didn't have many other options, Fräulein. I believe this clears up all of the remaining questions. The victim pulling the stand and the defendant before him. And inside the stand, you, Mrs. Alita Tiala. And then, the denouement. Wesley Stickler, of panty-snatching fame, walks up. Seeing the two men, he shouts. In that instant,
So I shot him?
you were the only one who could have stolen Walkie's pistol. It had to be you. Well, Miss Tiala?
Nice work.
You mean I'm right?
I mean, you've done a fine job dreaming up a story to get that spoiled brat off the hook. You're the one who's dreaming. Paul has backed up everything he said with facts. If you're so sure he's making it up, give us another reason. Why was Dr. Maractus pulling that stand through the park?
Who knows?
There's one gaping hole in your logic. I think Mr. Gavin knows whereof I speak.
Whereof what? I can't believe she's still trying to deny this. Is this true, Prosecutor Gavin?
Must I always be the one to point out her forehead, Zeres? Maybe there really is something. I believe the Fräulein speaks of her doctor's car. His car? That's right, the Maractus Clinic has that big garage. In which sat a green sports car, was it? Why would he steal the stand in the first place? If he wanted to carry a body, he would have used his car. Ugh. So we find our victim without probable cause to steal that stand. Our defense without a case. I have an idea. You know that green car? I bet it wouldn't run, it was broken. Ah, what an excellent counter-argument, Fräulein. Too bad you're quite wrong. Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened to your daddy. Daddy? That's right. That night, the car that hit Mr. Wright was that green sports car. Oh yes, I'd nearly forgotten about it. Afterward, he drove it back to the garage. It ran fine. That's right. So why did he use this beloved sports car, Ugh. A glaring contradiction, to be sure. More glaring than your forehead! No, no! Order, order, order! Well, Mr. Justice, why didn't Dr. Maractus use his car to carry the body? Is that a groan of surrender I hear? Some advice. Now's a good time to review all you know. Everything you've learned over the last 2 days. Everything I've learned. Mr. Justice, this contradiction casts doubt on your entire case. This is truly your last chance. The defense will explain to us what happened that night. How would that have worked, though, if somebody else stole the stand? Because he was still pulling it when he got shot, right? I have an idea. It's all coming together. That night, Dr. Maractus couldn't use his car. Now you're making even less sense than usual. Not according to my information, Miss Tiela. Put one and one together, and the explanation is simple. If it's so simple, perhaps you can show us some evidence? Show us proof why the car wouldn't run that night. This is proof of why the car broke down that night? Well, Prosecutor Gavin? It's proof of a malfunction, all right. A malfunction in her forehead's brain. Would accept this evidence. That's funny. Well, you will mend your malfunction and present evidence that makes sense. Why the car wouldn't run that night. Oh! Let's see now. Panties again? All sorts of things come out of my panties. Even the truth. Another crime was committed that night, the night of the murder. The theft of those panties, the latest in a string of similar thefts, actually. But that night, the snatcher was caught in the act. Brave young girl chased the thief until he hid. The Maractus Clinic garage. What? The snatcher hid the panties there before running. Perhaps someone in this court remembers where he hid them? Why, weren't they found in the car's exhaust pipe? Exactly. By the way, I learned something yesterday. Very important piece of information. And I learned it from you, Prosecutor Gavin. My, how interesting. While Miss Tiela and the doctor were struggling, the panty snatcher stuck in the Maractus garage. From that time until the time we found these, that car wouldn't start. What? That's why Dr. Maractus had to use the noodle stand. It was the next closest thing he can think of. Well, Miss Tiela? Dude just did a guitar solo and had nothing else to follow that up with. That's funny. It's weird, though, that he would know all along and not just do something about it, and instead go through this really weird song and dance. Like, doesn't he have the ability to drop the case and refile it against her instead? Because he knows? This wraps up your doubts quite nicely, I think. So it does. Where am I? So dark, can't see. Cramp. The pain, my throat's burning.
Oh, what's your problem?
You, Doc.
I know what you did.
Lucky?
You lied to me, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give you a taste of your own medicine, man.
Oh, wait, let me explain.
Fine, I'll give you your last request.
Listen, you're being tricked. It's not how you think. It's not just me.
No, he'll ruin everything. I have to stop him.
Cecil says wants you to.
Funny, this isn't the way it was supposed to turn out. Oh well, too bad.
There's still one mystery. How did you manage to disappear from that stand?
The silence after the shot, I heard the witness running. I believe we heard as much from Wesley Stickler. He went to use the public phone to inform the police, which is when I made my escape. Which is when you left that slipper print. Dr. Maractus didn't bother taking my slippers off. I threw them out after I stepped in that paint, though.
That was your mistake.
No, my biggest mistake was coming to you for help, Mr. Justice.
Huh?
I believed in you. You and your anything agency. If anyone would get Waki declared guilty, it was you.
I believe we've reached a conclusion of sorts. Prosecutor Gavin, how is Miss Alita Tiala doing?
She's confessed to everything. We're processing her arrest now. Prosecutor Gavin sure seems calm for someone who just lost.
I think he already knew. He figured out she was the killer a while ago. So, again, why wouldn't he have just dropped the case and refiled it if he knew? He lost, but I didn't exactly win either. Something the matter here for her? Looks like it's time for to announce a verdict. Not guilty. Bet he doesn't feel happy, like celebrating. Court is adjourned. Yeah, but even if he was just having fun, that's a dereliction of duty on his part. I think that would be the more likely explanation, is that he didn't necessarily know it was her, and Apollo helped him figure out that it was indeed her that did it.
Great job, Apollo, you did it.
Yeah, we did, somehow.
Waki's off the hook. Free to become the gangster he's always wanted to be. And he has you to thank.
Hey, attorney man, you gonna pay for what you did to my Alita, Holmes?
Bruh, we're to blame, I guess.
You give me my Alita back, stupid pointy-headed attorney with the death wish. Enough, Waki.
Ah, Mr. Kitaki.
It's high time you opened your eyes, Waki. What do you know, man? I think it's about time you opened yours. Giving up to life, trying to become some kind of businessman. Don't talk about what you don't understand, Waki.
I'm afraid the guard is gonna throw them both out.
If not in jail, wouldn't that be a happy ending?
Hey, maybe we can help them out. We know why Mr. Kitaki needs to make so much money. Maybe you should tell Waki. Well, Waki, Apollo has something to tell you.
Oh, I do? Way to put me on the spot.
What's that?
Show him the reason why, Apollo. Why is Mr. Kitaki trying to become a businessman?
To pay for his surgery, right? Gotta be it, right? Think about it, Waki. Think about your condition. I talked with your mother, Little Plum, yesterday.
She doesn't mean you aren't really, are you? I searched the globe, and I found one. A doctor who can take that bullet out of you, Waki. But it's an expensive procedure. Man, but you got plenty of money already, don't you? I won't use it. It was the gangster life that did this to you, Waki. I want to help you, and I want to do it clean.
I thought those were glasses. I thought they were sunglasses the whole time. The whole time.
Please understand, Waki. Dad. Man, I see how it is, old man. Always looking out for... Waki? This is good, old man. One day, I'm gonna take you out. Then we'll see who's the OG. You trying to hide in your business, dude? I'll find you. Stupid old geezer.
I also never realized that he had a Blue Badger shirt. Unless I did notice it and immediately forgot because I wanted to purge it from my memory.
My walkie.
No, it's as it should be.
Mr. Kitaki. Liked him more without the puppy dog eyes.
I'm glad to have met you. I'm not so good with words, but I know a professional job when I see one. Thank you.
Who, me? I don't think.
Someday, I'll bake you one of our latest, the Kitaki lime pie.
He's opening a pie shop?
So long.
And he's gone.
Well, let's head back, Apollo, to the Wright Anything Agency.
Hey, since when do I work at your agency?
Oh, we make a good team. Don't just stand there, let's get going.
Huh? Why not? She did help me out. There's a few questions that still need answers. Like this power of mine that she showed me, and my bracelet. If anyone can help me figure it out, it's her. Though I can't say I care much for what her father has become. What? An incredibly competent attorney who just happens to not practice law and is way better at everything he does than he did when he was actually an attorney 7 years ago. I don't know. I like him more.
Oh, that's right. We have to go someplace first.
Huh? Where?
Why, to claim our reward from Mr. Eldoon.
Ah, salty noodles, right? Gotta stand back already.
Oh, and after that, you can come see my show. The special appearance by Mr. Amazing Mr. Hat.
Oh, it's special, all right?
Please, anything but him. I guess I give my thoughts on that real quick. I like the case. The biggest problem with the case, I guess, is from what I'm hearing, is a problem the entire game suffers from, and that's the investigation isn't necessarily super intuitive of how it leads from place to place. Because in the first 3 games, it seemed very natural. One place, oh, leads to this place, and oh, we got to go to this place now. Where in this game, it was just kind of like the conversation just kind of ends abruptly, and you're like, okay, now what? And Trucy doesn't necessarily, she gives you a hint that works, but like it took 3 steps, I think, to get to where she wanted us to go. But again, that apparently might be a game-wide problem and not just this case. So, I mean, we'll see. The Kitakis were fun. I like the mother and father. Waki's a fucking garbage douche, but he served his purpose, right? That's what he's supposed to be, I think. Killer was, I guess she was the weakest part of it. Like, the whole plot behind it was it wasn't all that interesting. Oh, she wanted him for his money. Well, okay. I guess that you throw in the heart condition, that was a little something interesting, but I think that had more to do with the victim than the killer. So yeah, I'd say Alita was probably the weakest part of the case. It's not that she was bad, she just wasn't, like, the motive and all that wasn't anything exciting. Just like Acro, yes, I will say that she played the villain role better than Acro did. I don't know, something about Acro's presentation was just boring. At least I enjoyed her presentation. It was very, I don't know, like the whole condescension and like, okay, yeah, whatever. Acro was just more of just like, I did nothing wrong, for I am Acro. So I'd definitely put her higher than Acro, but I mean, yeah, same type of like boring, I guess. I mean, yeah, it sucked, but like, I don't know. Maybe I'm a dickhead. That's possible. Maybe I'm just a huge dick, and I should have felt bad for him.